hasn't visited, I would encourage you to do that also. And also some few information about our services, TCDC services, and so also other seminars that you can also register for that. And on the left hand, you would see some information that we're providing. It's program for today, which will be conducted in 2 parts with the lunch break. In here, you would see details also on the timing of each topics that you can have a reference at. And also a printout of the information that we'll be giving out today on the left side of the brochure. So this is the PowerPoint presentation by the speaker, and you can have it as a reference. And at the end, we have also evaluation form for you to fill in with some comments. I will be speaking in Thai briefly. สวัสดีค่ะพอดีต้องพูด2ภาษานะคะเพราะว่าเรามีแขกต่างชาติด้วยก็คือสำหรับโบชัวร์ที่ทางเราจัดให้ก็จะมีข้อมูลต่างๆนะคะถ้าทางด้านขวามือเนี่ยก็จะเป็นข้อมูลทั่วไปเกี่ยวกับศูนย์ TCDC นะคะรวมกระทั่งถึงนิทรรศการเอกสารที่ระลึกจากนิทรรศการ President of the Past นะคะซึ่งพรุ่งนี้จะเป็นวันสุดท้ายแล้วถ้าเกิดว่าท่านไหนยังไม่ได้ชมหรือว่ายังไม่ได้ยังไงอยากให้แบบว่าไปเยี่ยมดูได้นะคะแล้วที่เหลือก็จะเป็นข้อมูลทั่วไปเกี่ยวกับศูนย์เราซึ่งเข้าใจว่าทุกท่านส่วนใหญ่ก็จะเป็นสมาชิกก็จะคุ้นเคยดีอยู่แล้วข้อมูลแน่นอยู่แล้วเกี่ยวกับศูนย์เรานะคะทางด้านซ้ายมือก็จะเป็นเอกสารเกี่ยวกับเวิร์กช็อปในวันนี้นะคะซึ่งเราก็จัดเตรียมให้นะคะก็จะมีอันดับแรกเลยเนี่ยก็จะเป็นตารางการอบรมของวันนี้นะคะซึ่งจะแบ่งเป็น2ช่วงด้วยกันแล้วก็แต่ละช่วงก็จะมีเบรกด้วยนะคะก็สามารถที่จะดูเป็น reference ได้นะคะมีทั้งภาษาไทยและภาษาอังกฤษนะคะแล้วก็จะมี print out ของ presentation ในวันนี้ด้วยนะคะเผื่อว่าถ้าเกิดว่าท่านใดต้องการจะศึกษาต่อก็สามารถที่จะมีตัวนี้ไว้ดูได้นะคะนอกจากนั้นเราก็จะมีquestion เป็นกระดาษเขียนคำถามนะคะถ้าเกิดว่าท่านสมาชิกหรือว่าแขกผู้มีเกียรติท่านใดเนี่ยต้องการถามคำถามในตอนจบเนี่ยอาจจะถามเองเลยยกมือถามเองได้หรือว่าอาจจะเขียนมาแล้วส่งมาให้ทางเราแล้วก็จะถามให้ได้ด้วยนะคะและท้ายสุดก็จะเป็นแบบประเมินเวิร์กช็อปในครั้งนี้ก็อยากจะได้ความคิดเห็นหรือว่าข้อแนะนำติชมในการที่เรามีครั้งนี้เพราะครั้งนี้ก็จัดเป็นครั้งที่2แล้วนะคะ Okay, ladies and gentlemen, not to wait any longer, I would like to introduce you and welcome you again to the Trend Book workshop today. And today it's our honor to welcome again Mr. David Landart. Actually, he's been living here for 8 years. I didn't know that, so maybe you can tell us also about that. Okay, ขอบคุณค่ะเชิญค่ะ please.
Sawadee Sorry, I'm not going to speak in Thai. Although I've been living here for 8 years, I will run this seminar in English. Well, we have 2 sessions today. We have a morning and an afternoon session. In the morning session, I will present you the trends for winter 08-09 season. So basically, we are talking here about the products that will be in store, in department stores, in retail stores by September, October this year. And the afternoon session will be about summer 2009, so it's the next season. The products will be displayed by March, April next year, in year 2009. But before talking about the detailed trends of the season, this morning I would like to introduce you to the trends universe. I would like to explain you the foundations of trends. I would like to show you how a trend setting, a trend forecasting, a trend research agency such as Carlin International, but we are not the only one. You can find maybe 10 or 15 companies like Carlin in the world, how these leading companies are forecasting the trends. What is the process? So this first presentation is named How Do Trends Work? Well, when we talked about trends, actually we can talk about 2 things, 2 complementary things. There are 2 definitions for trends. The first one is pretty obvious. When we talked about trends, we talked about design. By the way, don't try to find the handouts. It's just an introduction to the trends universe. So I just want you to watch the presentation, to listen to it, and at the end of the presentation, please feel free to ask me any question. So, first obvious definition of trans design. When we talked about trans, we talked about the 5 components of design. First of all, we talked about colors. Well, not only colors, but colors, ranges of colors, and harmonies. How to make sure that a collection is in harmony in terms of color. The second component for design, the materials. Materials or fabrics. For fashion, it will be more fabrics. For interior industry, it will be fabrics, it will be wood, it will be metal, it will be plastic, all the materials that can be used for the interior industry. That's the second component of design. The third one, the graphics universe. I mean, patterns, graphics, and prints. Then the shapes, and finally the finishing, the textures, the touching effect of the product. These are the 5 key component of design. What is the product? What is the sector? What is the industry? When you design a product, you have to work on these 5 components. That's the obvious definition. But maybe the most important definition is not this one. When we talked about trans, we talked about the market. We talked about human values. We talked about purchasing decision. We talked about lifestyle. That's the most important side of trans. Actually, trans, to make a long story short, trans only means one thing. Trans means what you and me, we're gonna buy when we go shopping. And that's the reason why nowadays trans are very important for the whole manufacturing industry. Indeed, at the beginning, trends were only important for the fashion industry, but nowadays you can see this magic word trends or lifestyles everywhere. I mean, all the big industrial companies like, I don't know, Philips, Motorola, Sony, Nokia, IBM, whoever, Microsoft, everybody is talking about trends. To carry on with this trans definition, well, in trans you have 2 dimensions. The first dimension is universal. When we talked about trans, we don't talk about European, nor American, nor Asian trans, but we talked about universal trend. Why? Because we believe that nowadays human beings all around the globe share the same common concerns. Whether you are Thai, French, or American, it does not matter. I mean, I give you an example. Nature. Everybody nowadays is concerned with the protection of the nature. Why? Because we know that if we do not protect the nature, in the next 70 years, 60% of the total nature will be destroyed. Hence, if the nature is destroyed, we as human beings will disappear from the planet. I mean, to live, we need air, we need water, we need sun, we need plants, we need the nature. So this is a common concern. But when you design the product, you have to pay attention obviously to these global concerns, and in the meantime, you have to pay attention to what we call local specificities. Indeed, the way human beings will manage these global concerns will be different whether we are in Thailand or in New York. This is due to cultural differences. So when you design a product, you have also to pay attention to these cultural differences. At the end of the day, trends are here only for one simple thing. Trends are here to feed, to renew existing common styles, design styles. People nowadays want to see new things every time. But in the world, you have dominant styles. Whether you are based in America, in Asia, or in Europe, it's exactly the same. For the interior industry, we have 6 dominant styles. I will explain you this more in detail in the afternoon session. Basically, we are talking about traditional, exotic, romantic, rustic style. And trends are a way to renew these styles, to feed these styles. These styles are present everywhere, but the importance or the market share of these design styles will depend on lifestyles, on cultural differences. One style, like the traditional style, for instance, might be dominant in UK or France, and might be a minor style in another country. When we speak about European market, it's meaningless. When we speak about American market, it's the same, it's meaningless. I mean, let's talk about USA. USA, it's almost a continent by itself. It's such a big country. The collection you're gonna design for New York or Miami or LA, these 3 places are the most advanced fashion places in USA. The collection you're gonna design for these 3 places will be very different from the collection you might design for, I don't know, Ohio, for instance. I have nothing against Ohio. I'm just saying that the lifestyles are different. Hence, if you want your collection to match the market needs, you have also to understand these dominant styles and to identify which style is dominant in which country. In trends, we have, a kind of seasonal approach. We work on 2 seasons a year. We work on basically spring, summer, that's the first season, and fall, winter. Even in Asia, even in Thailand, this seasonal approach is very important. I mean, most of the time when local people here discover the trans universe, they ask me a very basic question. They ask me, well, David, okay, fair enough. Spring, summer, yes, it's very important for us, but for winter, I mean, if we do not export, if we just sell our collection to the domestic market, why on earth do you want us to develop a winter collection? Well, there is a misunderstanding here. Winter collection does not mean a collection for the cold season. Winter does not mean snow. It's just a marketing approach. People want to see new things all along the year. So it's a way for local brands to boost their sales, to renew their sales, and to satisfy their customers. Why? Because their customers, Thai people, are very much aware of what's going on in the rest of the world. I mean, nowadays, you have access to so many information. Some are good, some are less good, but whatever. You can access trans information through internet, through magazines, through catwalks, through TVs, through many media are talking about trans. And local people are very much aware of what's going on. So they want, their favorite local brand to match the universal trends and to work at least on 2 seasons a year. Some of the most advanced fashion companies in the world are even working on a monthly collection. So 2 collections a year is really a minimum. Of course, for winter season here, for fashion, we're not going to use, for instance, the kind of warm fabrics we're going to use in America or in Europe. Of course not. we have to pay attention to the weather. But you can still give a winter look to your collection, working on other components of design, like colors, for instance. Carlin, and not only Carlin, but most of the leading trend forecasting agencies in the world are working on themes. We call these themes. One theme is associated to one specific trend. In Carlin, we work on 5 trends per season. Why 5? Because we want to cover the whole market. We want to be able, through the development of these, or the translation of these 5 themes, these 5 trends, we want to be able to feed all these existing styles I mentioned earlier on. But at the end of the day, you don't have to work on these 5 themes. First of all, you have to pick up the right theme, the right trend for the right market. I mean, when you start designing a collection, the very first question you have to wonder is, who are my customers? What is their lifestyles? What do they want? What is their expectations? Why? Because you design a product in order to sell it, in order to fill a market need. So that's the crucial, the pivotal question. Who are my customers? Once you have identified your customers, lifestyle-wise, style-wise, then you can very easily work on design tools like trend books, pick up the right theme, and then develop your collection. But you don't need to work on these 5 themes. Maybe only 1 or 2 themes will be enough. If your customers have only 1 or 2 lifestyles and are only interested by traditional and, rustic style, you're not going to work on exotic or design style. Pick up the right theme for the right market. In the same vein, again, when we work on themes, when we work on trends, we work on the 5 components of design. But in order to develop a trendy collection, you don't necessarily need to work on these 5 components. For instance, one component might be fixed. Let's say that you are a furniture manufacturer and that your expertise is in wood. You develop wooden furniture collection. You have identified your market. You know the style you want to develop, but unfortunately in the specific theme that match this style, you find metal or plastic. Well, you're not gonna change your expertise overnight. You are a wooden manufacturer, a wooden furniture manufacturer. Alright, the material, the wood, is a fixed component. But it doesn't mean that you cannot use this trend, this theme, and develop a very trendy wooden furniture manufacturer. You just put aside the materials, wood, and you can play on colors, you can play on textures, you can also play on graphics. How? Because most of the time, nowadays, fabrics are associated to wooden furniture in order to decorate or ornament this wooden furniture. So you can play on prints, on fabrics, in order to give a trendy look to your wooden furniture collection. At the end of the day, something is very important to understand is that is the key reason why we work on themes. We work on themes because we want to help our customers with regards to a pivotal issue, consistency. When you develop a collection, you must make sure that your collection is consistent design-wise. You have these 5 themes. In one theme, you have everything you need to develop a full collection. You have all the information you need with regards to colors, with regards to materials, shapes, prints, textures, etc. The name of the game is not to pick up the colors of theme A, the materials of theme B, and the prints of theme C. We have spent a lot of energy and time working on this theme and making sure that we are consistent with the overall concept, consistent with the overall lifestyle and style, design style, and translate these trends in terms of design for you. So please don't break this consistency and stick to the themes. Identify your market first and then work on the interpretation of the themes. At the end of the day, if you want to be successful, if you want to find an edge, a real edge, you have to work. Even if you work with the best trend research and design agencies in the world, there are a few which are very good, you still have to work. In Carlin, we are used to saying something, we are used to saying that creation is about sweating. Creating is not an easy thing. In our trend books, you will find a lot of information indeed. But you have 2 ways to use these trend books. The easy way and the less obvious way. The easy way is what? It's, well, some of our trend books are so much translated in terms of finished product that you could just, copy and paste. You can do it. This is your book. But your competitor can do exactly the same. So I'm not sure you're going to find a real competitive advantage if you do it this way. The less obvious way is to, try to interpretate these trends. Why? Because if you are already an established brand or an established manufacturer, I guess you are already somehow successful. You have customers. Either they are end users or buyers, you have customers. If you must avoid a very important mistake, which is make your customers confused. You have to change, you have to renew your collection every season, but at the end of the day, you have your own design identity. You have another identity. Stick to it. You're already successful, keep it. But just renew it with trends. I give you an example. We have done this several times in-house in our head office in Paris. We have 65 designers, and I guess they are quite talented. So sometimes we give them an assignment. We choose 2 designers with the same background, with the same design exposure, and we give to these 2 designers exactly the same assignment. All right, you have 2 days or you have 3 days to create this collection that will match this style for this specific market. And we give them the same design tool. We give them the same trend book. You have 3 days and we put them in 2 separate rooms. Believe it or not, the output is always different. Always. Why? Because design is about feeling. Design is about emotion. A computer cannot create anything. Only human beings have this ability. And each human being is different and will create upon its own background, its own feelings, its own emotion. It's exactly the same if you are an established manufacturer or an established brand. You have your own design identity. Your customers purchase your collection because they have somehow identified your design identity. Stick to it. Don't change it. just renew it with trends. Who acts upon trends? Well, in the trend chain, you have indeed several actors. The first actor is what we call the trendsetter. Who is it? Well, sorry. It can be an artist, it can be a top designer, it can be a creative team, it can be anybody, but it's somebody who feels the lifestyles and create something not from scratch, because you always need some sources of inspiration, but it's somebody who set up the trend. Very few people are able to act as trendsetter. We are not, as a trend research agency, we are not a trendsetter. Most of the people think we are not. We are in the second category. We are what we call a trend spotter. We are somebody or an entity which is able to gather information, identify the emerging styles, the emerging lifestyles, the emerging trends, and translate them for you in terms of design. The third category, well, it's you. It's, well, the designers, the stylists, I should say, not the designers, the stylists, it's the industry, it's the brands, it's somebody who use our trend research information in order to manage this trend and create products that will match the market. The next category is the trend displayer. It's the retailer. Sometimes the trend producer and the trend displayer are the same, but is the next step. Once the product is ready, you have to show it to the public. And here, merchandising is something very important. And you have to make sure that your merchandising, the way you display the product, match the product itself, match the trend. So you have trendy ways in order to display the product. You have trendy ways to make the product, and you have trendy ways to display the product. And finally, the most important actor in the chain is the trend customer. It's you and me when we go shopping. Why? Because a trend will come true only if the customer buy the product. We design the product to sell it. So the trend customer is the most important actor in this chain. And we live actually in a kind of tricky world, because, to be honest with you, although these trend research agencies are not trend setting agencies but only trend spotter, from time to time, well, we try to influence the customer. How? Because we work hand in hand with all these top leading fashion magazines, and later on, the information is first for our customers, but later on, maybe 1 year later, because you have a difference in terms of timing, the manufacturer needs the information 1.5 years in advance. The retailer needs the information, the trends information, 6 months in advance. He has to prepare his new merchandising concept. The customer, you and me, when we go shopping, we just need the information 3 months in advance. Alright, what is I want to buy my new dress for next summer. What is the color? The key color for next season. What is the new trends? You don't need this information 6 months or 1 year in advance. You're not gonna buy your new summer dress 1 year in advance. You just need this information 3 months in advance. And here, all these fashion magazines comes into the loop. All these fashion, TVs, things, all the media, the public media comes into the loop. And we also work with this public media in order to make sure that the end user, the final customer, is aware of the coming trends. So, just for your information, yes, we try also to influence the trends. How much does it cost? Well, a lot and nothing. I mean, you can find in the market several kind of trends information. From a fair or from a trade show, you can buy, for instance, a color card. It can cost you from 100 euro up to maximum 500 euro. The magazines also are working on trends, but again, given that they only give the information 3 months in advance, I don't think it's very much suitable to manufacturers. So that's why I'm not mentioning here the magazines. The next category of information you can find in the market is, well, a trend book, for instance. And a trend book costs around 1,500 euro. Is it expensive? Well, I don't know. I'm not talking here about my personal trend books. I'm talking about this is the market price. Is it expensive? We're talking here about something around 75,000 baht, Thai baht. Is it expensive? Well, it's a lot of money, indeed, yes. But when you think about it, how much do you value your collection? If thanks to a trend book, if thanks to this 75,000 baht, you manage to sell your collection to buyers or to end user for 10 million baht, is it expensive? No, it is not. In business, you have a golden rule. Investment, return on investment. You cannot expect any kind of return on investment if you don't invest first. So, 75,000 baht, well, it's a price, maybe high, but it's a matter of return on investment. If you want to spend, if you need more information, more support, you can, contract with consulting agencies and spend, days, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days with a consultant. It will cost you, from Europe or America, a consultant will cost you between 2,000 up to 4,000 euro a day. And finally, you can also contract with a consulting agency and develop very comprehensive programs, assignments, projects with them. And here there is no limit. It just depends on the scope of the project. Some companies spend millions of euro every year. Just to give you one figure, in cosmetics, L'Oréal, which is the leader in the market, every year spends 565 million of euro in R&D. It's a matter of percentage. You need to invest in R&D. You are not the worldwide leader, fair enough, you're not going to invest 500 million euro, but you have to invest a percentage of your turnover in R&D. Normally, it's between 3 up to 5%. That's the average percentage. Oops. This graphics has been designed and thought for, not for retail brands, but for manufacturers, because everybody is talking about this OEM, ODM, OBM things. I don't know whether everybody here is familiar with these terms. OEM stands for Original Equipment Manufacturer. ODM, Original Design Manufacturer. OBM, Original Brand Manufacturer. What is it? An OEM is a factory who just make to order. This factory is given all the design information by buyers, and they are only in charge of one thing, the production. Here, of course, the quality is important. Of course, the respect of delay, of course, the customer service, many things are important, but the key success factor in this OEM business, the price. Buyers are looking for cheaper and cheaper prices. And everybody knows nowadays that Thailand, not only Thailand, but Southeast Asia in general, and that's the reason why, as well, sales director of Carlin, I am based here in Thailand. Everybody knows that Southeast Asia is not able to compete with China, with Pakistan, with Bangladesh on the price side. Hence, if you are not able to compete on the price side, then you have to bring something else on the table. You need to give some added value to buyers. And, well, the only added value I can figure out is design, is creativity, because buyers have their own designers. Yes, but they are always looking for suppliers who have both abilities. The production ability, this OEM ability, and in the meantime, this creative ability. I mean, as an ODM, you don't need to, develop a very comprehensive collection with hundreds of items. No, you just need at the beginning to have a nice showroom in order to prove to the buyer that first, you have this ability to pay attention to details, and second, that you are aware of what's going on in the market. And then the buyer will somehow trust you or will be interested, because buyers cannot find suppliers like this everywhere. So at the beginning, ODM, yes, you just develop a nice showroom on a very limited collection. And here in this graphic, P stands for production and D for design. And you can see that the circle, the P circle, is far bigger than the D circle. To become an ODM, you just need, 1 full year. You need 1 or 2 stylists. You need 1 or 2 trend books, and that's it. And then you start working. It takes time, but within 1 year, you can start working on small developments. To become a real ODM with a real creative ability, you need 5 years in average. And then after 5 years, you will have to wonder whether you want to go to the next step or not. The next step is not compulsory. The next step, the OBM step, is very risky. In the next step, an OBM is not an ODM, is not an OEM anymore. An OBM is an entity which only produces its own design. There is no make to order anymore. It's a very risky thing. Plus, on the top of that, you need to invest in branding. You need to invest in communication. Branding and communication are very, very costly compared to design. The ratio is 1 to 10. You invest 1 baht in design, you have to invest 10 baht in communication. That's the average ratio. But the return on investment can be also very high. And your profit margin will be far higher than in ODM, or far higher, even more higher than in OEM. But again, it takes time. It takes 5 to 10 years. After once you have become a real ODM, it takes you an additional 5 to 10 years to become a real OBM. And we have here in Thailand a lot of examples of this OEM, ODM, OBM process. Most of the successful fashion brands in Thailand, I'm not here to name any names because I'm working with some of these companies, used to be OEM 20 years ago. Then they became ODM, and now they are so successful that they also export their own collection to Europe and to America. And actually, there is even a further step, is the trend-setting step. When you think about it, look at, for instance, Japan. And look at what Japan has managed to achieve in the past 50 years. After the Second War, well, Japan went bankrupt. Japan was taken over by USA. After Hiroshima, Nagasaki, Japan as a nation
did not exist anymore. And within 50 years, look at what they managed to do. In the 50s, they became the production country of USA. In the 60s, far before China, even Thailand, far before Southeast Asia, they become the copy country in the world. In the 70s, these OEM companies began to start, a few design development things. And nowadays, in electronics, mainly in electronics and in fashion, some companies have achieved the ultimate step, the transiting step, like, for instance, Toshiba or Sony or Issei Miyake or Matsumito, or you have dozens of companies, Japanese companies, who have step by step achieved tremendous results, and nowadays European manufacturers and American manufacturers are somehow, I'm not going to talk about copy, but somehow inspired by the creation of some Japanese companies. My belief is that Thailand has all the assets to become the next Japan. Thailand has a very strong design culture. It's obvious. I mean, I'm a Falang. Although I've been living here for 8 years, I am still French somehow. And, French people love restaurants, love good food. You can go anywhere in Thailand, anywhere, not only in Bangkok. You can go up country, you can go anywhere. And you will see even in the small restaurants that people here in Thailand are able to pay attention to details. They are able to work on refined things. This is the essence of design and creativity. Very few people in the world have this refinement ability. Here in Thailand, you have it. You really have it. Maybe you are among the 10 most refined countries in the world. Unfortunately, for the past 50 years, Thailand, not only Thailand, but Southeast Asia in general, has forgotten this design culture, focusing only on one thing, production. Now it's over. It's finished. Maybe not today, but tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, for sure. This OEM grandfather's business or way to do business is over. So, you have to remember your past, you have to remember your culture, your history, and use it in order to become one of the leading first countries in Asia, and then hopefully in the rest of the world. It takes time. It goes through a lot of actions, like this seminar is just a very small thing, but it's important for Thai people to remember their past, their history, and they have to do also something else. They have to open their mind to the rest of the world, to the trans universe, because the original Thai design is very interesting, but you have to renew the key features of Thai design in order to make it suitable to the worldwide market. How to do it? You have to blend these Thai design features with trends, with Western codes, in order to blur the codes and make something suitable to American market, European market, and Asian market. This is why trends are so important for you. Well, this slide, the title of this slide is Carlin's work process. Actually, it's not only Carlin's, it's most of the trend research agencies, or the leading ones anyway, are working the same way. Each season, we work in 3 steps. The first step is the identification step. We identify the emerging trends and we select the most relevant ones. You already know that we work in Carlin in 5 themes. Some of our competitors are working on 4 or 6, whatever. It's not very important. How do we do this? Well, we have various ways to gather information. First of all, every year we run a kind of international marketing survey, where we survey, actually we don't run it ourselves, we subcontract this to an international marketing company, but we survey 5,000 people in Asia, 5,000 in Europe, 5,000 in America, in order to understand the new emerging concepts, in order to understand the new customers' expectations, the customer needs, in order to understand the new lifestyles. We also have 35 offices worldwide. Each office has a kind of report duty. Every semester, every 6 months, each office has to report to the head office based in Paris with regards to, what's hot, what's going on in the country, what's hot in the country. All our designers spend, in average, let's say 1/3 of the time in-house working on the trend books, 2/3 of the time outside, overseas, working on consulting projects for our customers. And at the end of each assignment, they have to spend 1 or 2 days here in Thailand, if we have a consulting project here, or in Japan, or in whatever, and they have to spend 1 or 2 days on spot, visiting museums, meeting with decision makers, meeting with key people, going to restaurants, going to, in order to feel the air, in order to understand what, the lifestyles or the dominant lifestyles of the country. We also work with what we call our external network of experts, made by sociologists, made by philosophers, journalists, top designers, architects, sometimes cooking chefs. And we've got from this network of experts some kind of privileged information. I can name a lot of ways to gather information. At the end of the day, we gather this information and we identify the 5 emerging trends for next season. These trends are based on overall concept. They are based on lifestyle concept, which are supposed to last between 3 up to 5 years. But because the customers, the market wants every time new things, we have to renew the trends. The trends are not changing overnight. They are evolving along the seasons. Second step, the decoding step. Once we have identified these concepts, we start working on design. I give you an example. Nature and technology. That's a key concept for summer 2009 season. Alright. What does it mean in terms of color? Second step, the decoding step. I don't know, for instance, we might be nature. Let's start with nature. Nature, vegetation. Vegetation, green color. So we will develop a greenish range of color. But we have to be consistent with the other concept, which is nature and technology. Technology, what does it mean? Technology, high-tech, alright, so maybe in the middle of the range we'll add some metallic colors, like aluminum color, for instance. Or we might also decide to modify the natural greenish range of color with special treatments like acid drops, for instance, in order to give a technological look to our greenish range of color. Once this job is done, we are consistent with the overall concept. And we do the same for materials. Nature and technology, what does it mean for materials? What does it mean for shapes? What does it mean for prints, for texture, etc., etc. Once we are done with this second step, we then tackle the third and final step of our work, the translation step. We then translate these decoding trends in terms of finished product for specific sectors. And that's the reason why we have 14 trend books, because although the trends are the same for everybody, whether you make cars or dresses or wooden furniture, the trends are the same for everybody. Everybody work on the same trends. Why? Because the customer, the end user, is the same. The woman who's going to buy the summer dress is the same person who's going to buy the new table or the new lamps or the new mobile device. This person is acting upon the same lifestyle. So it makes sense that the trends are the same for the whole manufacturing industry. But obviously, the translation in terms of design will be different, whether we are talking about, I don't know, baby wear, ladies wear, or furniture. That's the reason why we have 14 trend books. We have two categories of trend books. Books which focus on the decoding step and books which focus on the translation step. The decoding step is, these books are transversal. We are not talking about any specific sectors yet, like baby wear or sportswear or whatever. We just try to give an impulse to our season forecasting. So you have several books. All the trend research agencies are working the same way. And then later on in the season, it takes us 6 months to complete the collection. Later on in the season, we will then issue translated trend books for specific sectors. You have here some samples of trend books, and it's very important for you to understand the structure of the trend book. Every season, the structure remains the same. The contents will change because the trends evolves, the trends change, but the structure will remain the same. The theme structure is the same, and the way we step by step translate the trends is the same. It's not only Carlin, it's all the companies who are working the same way. Why? Because we need to be as user-friendly as possible. So once you have understood the structure of the trend book, once you have identified your customers in terms of lifestyles and in terms of design styles, then you can create your collection. Do you have any question? Good, I've been crystal clear then. Alright, so this first presentation was just an introduction. I wanted to establish the foundation and to explain you why trends are so important. Now, we'll go to the second presentation, or maybe we have a coffee break. I don't know, what time are we planning to have a coffee break? Maybe we can have a short coffee break, and then we will see in details the trends for winter 08-09. Thank you. What is it about? It's an introduction to the trends for fall winter 08-09. You remember our working process? We work in 3 steps: identification of the trends, decoding of the trends, translation of the trends. Here we are at the second step. We are not at the translated step yet. What does it mean? It means that this is a general introduction to the trends for the season, for fall winter 08-09. This presentation is for everybody. You will find inside finished product for industrial design, for fashion, and 4 interior. The next presentation will focus then on interior industry. This one is impulses. I guess you understand what impulses means. It's the first impulse, our first reaction with regards to the emerging trends for winter 08-09. We will have 2 parts in this presentation, the decoding part and then the presentation of the themes, the 5 themes of the season. Let's start with the first part, the decoding part. Well, this season we really want to focus on one key concept, rupture. We are willing to somehow reconstruct a balance between listening to our inner self in order to be more in tune with the nature, and we want to blend this with our own community. So this is really a rupture with regards to previous season. And with regards to this rupture concept, ethical questions are really, really important. They bring a deep transformation in terms of lifestyles in our nowadays society. And also these ethical questions also bring some issues with regards to current economic and industrial models. So more or less and increasingly we will try to find new solutions in order to somehow change or replace the current economic or industrial models. We are willing also this season to work on this reconstruction concept, and this need for rupture has been expressed a lot in contemporary art with the notion of destruction, but for very new and highly creative designs. For instance, here on this slide you have this American artist named Gordon Clark. This is on the top right corner, who used the practice of cuttings in his art, cutting out shapes and volumes in kind of abandoned buildings. Why? In order to create new perspectives. Or in the middle you have this sculptor, this painter and sculptor named Claire Jeanne Jezekiel, French woman, who used super basic, very cheap materials like painted chipboards or plywood. Or the last one here, this French photographer named Eric Oppel, who is using some used glass dumpings, but in a very delightful glass landscape with rich colors, with glints and light reflection. Reconstruction. This concept of reconstruction is really, or destruction, reconstruction, and this quest for alternatives are at the essence, at the origin of our theme's chaos. The next sources of inspiration, the art of innovating. This is this new awareness does take into account innovation, which is really, innovation nowadays is a key element to invent tomorrow while giving the future more meanings. Here we are very much helped by new technology and very much influenced by science. Like for instance, on the bottom right side you will have this very spectacular weightless ring at the Duomo Hotel in Rimini in Italy. This ring has been designed by a designer named Ron Arad, who is willing to play on the notion of both space and gravity. It's like this ring was like hanging in the air. This quest for real innovation is at the essence, at the basis of our equation theme. Creation and solidarity or creative solidarity. This is another remarkable rupture. This craving for more realism. We have noted in the market a lot of initiatives working on this notion of creative solidarity. Either fashion, beauty or design sectors are really trying to focus on serious issues such as disease, for instance. And design will concentrate on making life easier and more fun. Design will somehow, the designers are willing to de-dramatize the world. Here on these slides, this designer is willing to de-dramatize the world of medical care. In a project, Beautiful Bandage, Roxanne Andres is using here techniques from the world of textile like prints or embroideries or dyeing in order to recreate objects of the medical world, but in a very graphic, in a very colorful and also more friendly, more human-friendly way. Reasonable beauty. This is following the quest for physical perfection. Nowadays, our relation to beauty is becoming a lot wiser. We are now ready to believe in a more realistic approach based on self-respect and acceptance. New cosmetic lines, for instance, are now targeting women who don't want to fall in the, kind of standardized perfect beauty trap. And these cosmetic lines rather respect the customer's own need, like natural and organic beauty products. These products are only a niche market today, but we are 100% sure, we are really certain that in the future these products will have a radiant, bright future ahead. Transform nature. This natural crave is really present in all sectors. Many artists and designers are no exceptions. They are really trying to explore the nature's resources, while in the meantime respecting the environment. For instance, here on this slide, we have the use of photosynthesis to create functional and or decorative marking on fruit. This was explored at last year's Saint-Étienne Design Fair in France. These three previous slides, and this one is really expressing the quest for balance between the all natural and the 100% industrial for a more human everyday life. And this is really at the essence of our new theme for Winter 0809, In Tune. Quest for balance between all natural and industrial. Wide open spaces or infinite spaces. Or basically, our relationship to nature and natural elements is not a new thing. It's a recurrent trend. And this relationship has been widely explored in contemporary art, especially in photography. It is one of the key features of the worldwide renowned Helsinki school. Here we present you some work done by two Finnish photographers from Helsinki school named Pentti Samalati and Elina Botheris. These photographers are really willing to express today's desire for a very special link with the environment through infinite landscape and wild, untouched, wild, virgin nature. Connectivity. In our nowadays society, high-tech technology have a very strong influence, and the world of communications technology is somehow generating a new language which focus on the community spirit, of course mainly via the internet. New words are appearing like exchanges, participation, collaboration, co-creation, contribution. This is internet has a very strong influence in our nowadays society, and the consumer, the individual consumer, is taking full possession of his power through a participative and collective spirit. All these things are at the essence of our fashion trend connection, where the individual cultivates his ties with his community and also with the environment. Erotic imagination. This is really in reaction to a context where nudity and sexuality are spread everywhere. Here, this season we are willing to focus more on erotism and fantasy, with a hint of mystery. This is illustrated by the comeback of the hand drawing, which are much more evocative and suggestive than photographs. So here you have a few examples. Hidden faces. In our complex society, nowadays taboos can become very subjective, depending on where you stand, depending on your own culture. Referring to desire means somehow dealing with the duality between the conscious and the subconscious, between self-control and fantasy. It also means dealing with our hidden faces, which is the most troubling and complex sides of human nature. This hidden faces concept is really at the basis of our taboos theme, the duality between dreams, unreal things, and reality. So here we are done with the first part, the decoding part. This is basically the, sociological origin of the trend. These are all the things, the existing things artistic things, design things we have seen in the market and that have somehow inspired us with regards to the creation of our new themes, our new trends for winter 08-09 season. In the second part now, I'm going to present you the trends for winter 08-09. Let's start with the first one, named taboos. So this movie is really the introduction or our introduction to this new theme, this new trend named taboos. As you have seen here, we are starting working on design. You have some colors, you have some materials, you have some prints, graphics universe or graphics information, but we are not yet at the translated step. We are working on moods. It's like when you start designing a collection, once you have identified the concept you want to work on, once you have identified your market, normally you have to start working on mood boards, associating things together. We are not at the real design step yet. You know, you make mood boards. You have a concept in mind, your new collection, and you start working on association of things, the materials, the colors, some shapes, you put some pictures. Alright, this is exactly what we do in Impulses. We are working on our own mood boards. Later on in the next presentation, you will see then how we use these mood boards in order to work on real products, on finished products for the interior industry. But I could have shown you also, today's seminar is about interior, but following impulses, I could have shown you exactly the same kind of presentation, but for ladies wear, or men's wear, or sportswear. Impulses are our mood boards. Taboos is really representing for us a kind of first rupture with reality through a journey in the mind. We have two design directions. This is the way we work. Every time, taboos is the overall concept, and then two design direction. The first one is confusion, which breaks away from the real world. So for confusion, you have a specific range of color, like pink and beige mixed with cool neutrals. And you have the second design direction named insomnia, which has been developed in a kind of subversive mood. It's a journey into nocturnal fantasies. The range of color is more in bright and contrasted color palette, for we are looking for here a kind of graphic effect. Now let's go to the second theme of the season, in tune. These are the two design directions. First, alliance with the range of color. So this is in tune. In this theme we are trying to find the right balance between this notion of absolute well-being and everything natural. We want to be in tune with ourselves. We want to be in tune with our own community. We want to be in tune with the nature. We want to find the right balance. In styling terms, well, This is expressed by, for instance, bright and warm colors or precious nature-inspired details. Nature is very important in this theme, but we transform the nature in order to be in tune with our community. Now let's go to the third theme of the season, connection. Theme connection has been designed and developed in connection with the previous theme, in tune. We are here willing to enhance the links again between ourselves, our community, and the nature. But here we are willing to focus on this notion of authenticity. We are willing to develop more authentic link between ourselves, the nature, and the community, and we are also willing to pay attention to technology. Technology is omnipresent in this theme, and especially internet technology. In terms of styles, well, this has been expressed through, for instance, cool, a contrast of cool and warm blues. And these colors have been applied onto rough and, in the same time, elaborate materials in order to bring a kind of comfortable protection to our daily life. Now let's go to the next theme of the chaos. Chaos is a very important and new trend. It's maybe the most representative theme of this notion of rupture that we have explored in the first part, in the decoding part. Chaos is based on this notion of, or the aesthetic of deconstruction, reconstruction contrast, allowing renewal to emerge. So in this chaos theme, we have tried to express this notion of deconstruction, reconstruction for the colors, mainly intense darks, through compact and, in the meantime, hard wearing materials, and massive shapes. Massive shapes, but modified with worked surfaces, worked textures. Now let's go to the last theme of the season, equation. this last theme is really willing to focus on innovation, but not any kind of innovation, the real innovation. It's all about positive creativity leading to innovation. Styling-wise, well, this has been translated into a mix of references to the past and also innovative contemporary designs in order to create sophisticated, elaborate shapes worked in chromed shine. So this is it for this presentation. Here you have the keywords to define each theme: taboos, troubling, subversive, delicious, transgression, in tune, indulgent, fusion between the nature and innovation, and humanized, connection, virgin nature, sensitive and interactive, and new markers. Chaos, deconstruction, actually it's deconstruction, reconstruction, alternative, and hopefulness. And the last theme, equation, aesthetic experiments, mixed references, and inventing tomorrows. These are the themes for winter 08-09. Now let's see the design translation for interior industry. Of course, you are not surprised to find out that we work on the same themes, the same 5 themes. Taboos first. Well, in taboos, we will work mainly not really on furniture, but more on decoration, on decorative objects. And this decoration will plunge into the world of the strange, in order to reinterpret the classic romantic codes. This is taboos for interior industry. In tune, well, in tune will offer for interior this notion of naturalness. This naturalness which is gently and in the meantime politically linked to design, in order to assert the notion of ecology. That's in tune for interior. Next theme, connection. Connection, we have worked in connection mainly on design application for young home, the first home, young home. And here, young home is renewed crossing styles in a very graphic and in the meantime emotional spirit. Chaos confront the authentic home with the post-industrial world, offering new interpretation in terms of shapes, textures, and materials. Last theme of the season, equation. It's really the modern home, which presents new well-balanced shapes in order to create a kind of pared-down aesthetic. So these are the 5 themes for winter. Let's start with taboos. Again, in taboos, we are willing to update, to renew the romantic interior. So these are the different steps we'll go through: decoding, the sociological origin of the trend, then the design and artistic references, then the translation in terms of colors, then shapes, then graphics, and finally materials. We are willing to work on this notion of strange luxury, mainly through ornaments, through moldings and bas-relief, in order to invent new textures and in order to work on these decorative elements of the home decoration. The references now. Well, first reference, here we are more talking about merchandising, fashion merchandising. On the left side, you have these new retail stores interiors which are arrayed in a pulled down and, in the meantime, minimalist romantic style. For instance, a simple ribbon will envelop the whole facade in order to create a very special atmosphere. This is the Stuart Weitzman store in Roma, in Italy. What is really amazing here is that this decoration becomes somehow furniture. And this furniture becomes infinite and very strange. We don't know where it begins or ends. This furniture has been designed by Fabio November. On the right side, you have the new Kenzo flagship store in Paris, where the walls of the Kenzo store are fully covered in bas-relief and molding of giant flowers. Everything is worked on in tone-on-tone. The play of light has a very interesting role in this Kenzo store. It somehow changes our perception of volumes. So the whole boutique, the whole Kenzo store is somehow bathed in a very mysterious atmosphere. This has been designed by Antonio Maras. In the same vein, on the same principle, we have Issei Miyake, which treats dreams in a giant and voluminous flowers. These dreamlike elements add a kind of quirky touch to a romantic and sophisticated silhouette. This collection is for Spring-Summer 2008. Now let's see the translation in terms of design. And first, let's start with the colors. For this theme, the colors will be developed in smoky tones. We will have, for instance, some pastel colors, but new vicious pastel colors blend with black in order to create a kind of hazy white night atmosphere. For the shapes, as previously stated, Baroque moldings, bas-relief and floral ornamentation will haunt the home with their kind of ghostly appearance. The decoration will become spectral here and will plunge the interior into enigma and mystery. The moldings, for instance, will take on gelatinous textures, and these gelatinous materials, winds and mixes to the point of forming accessories and also furniture that sow confusion in decoration. For graphics, well, here we are willing to work on this notion of infinito, non finito. Well, we are willing to work on a very graphic style, but in continuous evolution. Here the motifs spread in every direction in a kind of random and uncontrollable way. This graphic propagation leads to jewel-like accessories which revolve around the functional elements of the home. Like for instance these electric power points and switches. In parallel to floral cutout graphics, here we are willing to outline a cellular motif inspired by drops of mercury. This leads to very refined and precious finishings with somehow the brightness of quicksilver. And finally, in this theme, the interior plays with reflections and is covered with mirror materials that create some astonishing, amazing visual echoes. We are willing to work here a lot on distorted and convex effects in order to lead the decoration towards unsettling and somehow disturbed design. That's another way mainly for furniture to again work with this reflection concept and distorted convex effects in order to somehow stimulate the space. Sorry. Now let's go to the second theme of the season, in tune. For interior industry, well, in tune is establishing a link between the natural and industrial design. The interior goes for eco-design. The interior develops new sources of harmony and innovative biomimicry. A lot of new architects are willing to work on this notion of eco-design. And here in this slide we wanted to highlight the nicknamed dragon nest. This is the already famous Beijing Olympic Stadium, which has been designed by architects Herzog and de Meuron, that will be inaugurated for the Olympic Games this year in May 2008, I think. The structure of this Olympic Stadium is just amazing. It was devised to use only materials that respect the environment. And it was also designed in order to optimize the flow of energy and light. This project for us really asserts today's ecological concern. Indeed, what's more, in Beijing, which is one of the most polluted city in the world, what's more than working on a brand new stadium, working with this notion of eco-design concept. It's design-wise for us, according to us, it's a major, this building is a major achievement. Designers, interior designers are willing to highlight natural and protective structures. Like for instance on the right side of this slide, we have this vertigo lamp. It's a project by Constance Guisset, produced in 2006, which is a very surprising structure in wood. It's very light and in the meantime enveloping, and well, it defines an intimate space that is open yet sheltered. In the same vein, on the left side, we have this Sleeping Beauty lamp by Nadine Sturck, which is also very surprising. Indeed, through a mechanical system, this Sleeping Beauty lamp becomes a kind of animate element when switched on, knitting its own shape. It's like this lamp is like a little bit like a living creatures, which defines its own protected space. In fashion, designers are also working on this concept, and for instance, John Galliano, which is working on very original accessories in order to present its Spring-Summer 2007 collection. Here we have a metallic stem which is woven and wrapped in order to create a flower blossom. Here, natural and industrial elements are somehow combined for a very refined and poetic result. We have also on the left side this work done by Japanese designer Fukuko Ando, who models pieces. All the filaments are entangled and woven in a very precise and controlled way around the body. Alright, now what about the design translation? First, the colors. In this theme, in Tune, we are willing to work on the base of vanilla colors. But these vanilla colors will be teamed with more synthetic colors. Like we are willing to make the interior submerged and dazzled in a sublime and luminous naturalness in this theme. What about the materials? Well, the materials are based on this notion of nesting home. In this theme, we will have a lot of vegetable fibers, like straw or raffia, these vegetable fibers will weave a protective cocoon. These materials will be coiled and tied in order to create new basket work, but in random shapes. Achieving pleatings and raw weaves. We are really here again in this notion of eco-design concept. the interior and exterior surfaces will be, for instance, covered in a mosaic of core fibers. Core fiber is a natural materials with properties identical to those of an exotic wood. And in a complementary direction, but focusing more on well-being and comfort, here the quilting will become downy, combining authentic and precious materials for a lot of various associations like rough soft or spiky smooth or compact supple association. These new protective quiltings can also curl up around and warmly wrap furniture. And not only furniture actually, but also small decorative items to enhance this notion of well-being and comfort. With regards to the shapes, wood will become more supple and curls up in random curves. We will work a lot on simple and airy lines. Even the floor, like for instance here on the left side you have the new Longchamp boutique in New York, designed by Thomas Etherwick, which is really an amazing design. The floor is, distorted, like joining forces with new technologies, and this wooden floor acquires suppleness, is curved, it rounds off and softens also architectural angles. It's really a very innovative decoration and merchandising concept, this Longchamp boutique in New York. For graphics now, the graphics for interior will be very much inspired by the world of small animals, but in a very figurative treatment. Like for instance, we will have grasshoppers or dragonflies or other insects, but really treated in a figurative way. Or in a different direction, these insects will be blended with or inserted into the industrial world, and they will become somehow mechanical. Here, industry is seen from a very colorful and dreamlike angle. Now let's go to the third theme of the season, connection. Connection, again, has been designed or created for one specific market, the young home. But blending this with a lot of innovation and technology. So let's see, first of all, the decoding part. We have been inspired with regards to the creation of this theme by this notion of interaction and connectivity. Of course, internet technology is a great source of inspiration for us in this theme. But we are also willing in this theme to work on this notion of colorful lightness, where the ethnic flirts with somehow Nordic traditional design, Scandinavian traditional design. some design references. Well, we have been particularly impressed by the work done by this design company named Cubus Design Studio. They are inspired by the topography of the country, the Czech Republic, and apply this topography to a collection of products. And this concept is, according to us, very interesting. Really, the outline of this ordinary object sends a message, a story, the story of a nation. Or the fashion designers too, like Lacoste brand, for instance, are also willing to subscribe to this word connection and try to open up to geography through a world map print. It's a kind of meeting of hemispheres. We have also these Brazilian designers, Humberto and Fernando Campana, this is on the right side of the slide, who assemble and agglomerate already industrialized materials in order to produce furniture and objects with, well, a kind of industrial look, but really richly colorful and in the meantime ethnic inspired. They are playing with this notion of graphic network concept. What about the design translation? First, the colors. Well, in this theme we will have a floral inspiration, a very colorful range of color, but in the same times we will also work on warmth and poetry. This is for, again, young home market and only young home market. For graphics, well, let's design a new map. Let's design a new map of tenderness. We are willing to work on tenderness notion here. The graphic motifs will play with naive yet universal symbolism of established close link. The interior will be adorned with geopoetic motifs rather than only geographical graphics. So here on the slide you have one of our interpretation or translation. Moreover, motifs will take on traditional technologies like we will have jackal knit cards and cloth stitch that will inspire new geometric graphics, but with here a very strong ethnic influence, Scandinavian ethnic influence. The connection and networks will make way through very structured architecture, through vertical and horizontal lines. And these vertical and horizontal lines will cross and overlap in order to create new volumes, new interlocking volumes. It's a very interesting direction to play on for merchandising, as you can see here on the left side. For materials, well, the flowers will be a great source of inspiration, but here we will try to blur the codes. We will work on cross-stitch, on knit, on embroidery. We will work on a mix of techniques that these traditional techniques will intermingle and amalgamate in order to form a blurred, an highly colorful and abundant geometry. The decoration makes way for the personalization of everyday objects, like spool, knitting and pompons wrap object in a bed of softness through, for instance, affectionate finishings. The wool happens to dematerialize. The rawness of pompons is, well, somehow diluted and fuzzy. It calls on new graphics that plunge decoration into some kind of imaginary constellation. Now let's go to chaos. Again, the key concept of chaos is this notion of deconstruction, reconstruction. Chaos is willing to show an interior with raw and authentic aesthetic. Well, in this theme, the home is somehow confronted with heavy industry. So we are willing to recycle objects and we are willing to work on new textures in this theme. First of all, our references. Architecture. Well, a lot of architects nowadays are willing to work on this raw style. Raw style, but through industrial aestheticism. Like today, for instance, concrete. Concrete material is appealing to a lot of architects and designers. And these designers achieve amazing result with concrete. For instance, we have ductile concrete. This concrete is equipped with resistant metallic fibers, and it makes it possible to create extremely slim and complex structures without having to resort to a steel framework, ductile concrete. This is how actually the concrete net designed by here on this slide, designed by architect Rudy Ricciotti for the future Museum of European and Mediterranean Civilization here on this spot, has been designed thanks to ductile concrete. Other references with regards to design, we have here volumes that are subjected to somehow the action of the industrial world. These volumes are melted, folded, compressed, flattened and crushed under the weight of steel. Exactly like on this slide, the design by Stephen Hall, which shows a very imposing metal structure with angular and geometric forms and very much work on the surface. Or in the same vein, this designer, Koda, who used industrial compression controlled by a plastic cylinder in order to achieve this solid chair, which, according to us, radiate a very beautiful raw elegance. In fashion, designers are also willing to work on imposing and disproportionate structure for volumes. Like, for instance, Yves Saint Laurent or Sandra Backlund. Now, what about the design translation? First of all, the colors. Well, here we are willing to work on a palette of greens, but these greens will be altered in dark and industrial hues. For materials, well, we work on leather and glass for interior, but this leather and glass will be inspired by the greasy and oily aspect of crude oil, of tarmac and asphalt. Again, this industrial influence is very strong in this theme. That we are willing to work, or we are influenced by the raw materials of industry. And we will develop new plastics, new coatings and lacquers inspired by this raw aspect, raw materials of industry. The textures, the skin of materials will adopt this raw aspect. Will be also inspired here by animals like elephant, with this raw touch for surfaces, for textures. As previously highlighted, concrete is a very important material in this theme. But this concrete will be add-on, will be decorated in order to enhance the authenticity of this material. The concrete will be worked here in a very delicate way. It will be decorated with Baroque motifs, but with great sensitivity. We are willing here to work on this contrasting notion of concrete, which is something a very solid industrial materials, but adorned, decorated with very refined, very supple decoration. So contrast between rawness and sophisticated refinement. Again, for materials, well, the textiles will be somehow embellished through wear and tear treatment in order to reveal a very delicate fragility. So the jacquard, the damask, the weaves will take on faded and wash-out hues, eroded, frayed or tattered looks, in order to somehow, witness to passing time. What about the graphics now? Well, we are willing to work on this notion of dematerialization concept, and this concept will affect the plant element. Actually, all that remains here is the structure, the framework of a plant. The motifs update, for instance, delicate mesh and crumbly and dry open work, like a little bit like fallen nature. Still, for graphics, we are willing to generate a new biological cycle here. The industry will give birth to the natural element. We will have, for instance, cable insulation and tools that will energize flowers and somehow rearrange them in very graphic and thorny creepers. And let's go to the last theme for winter 08-09, equation. Well, in this theme, design calls on both past and future tradition and symbols. Design in this theme draws out a new modern aesthetism. A new modern aesthetism which is enriched with a vocabulary of forms, of gestures and equilibrium in order to work in harmony, in order to work on delicate sophistication. We have seen already this project in the previous presentation in Impulses. But it's the symbol. This object for us is the symbol of equation. This notion of massive shapes and, in the meantime, weightless concept. It's design-wise, we believe that this ring, which has been designed for Duomo Hotel in Rimini, in Italy, is a great achievement. We have the impression that this ring floats weightlessly in the space. We're also very much interested with regards to this theme with the work done by this Japanese designer Toshimi Yanese in the installation work for Japan's Museum of Art in Tokyo. Look at this on the right side, this very long tunnel with escalator, which imitate subway corridors. The internal lighting of this installation is very much inspired by the aesthetic ideal of wabi-sabi, which is a Japanese tradition and which is based on impermanence. Nothing is finished. Nothing is perfect. This is a very interesting direction also to be developed for merchandising. We have here, when you visit this museum of art in Tokyo, you are somehow plunged into lighting variations, and these variations are radiating a soft wistfulness which is transcending beyond the material world. It gives you a very weird impression. The dome here is also the pleated surfaces of the central dome are also inspired by folding. But another traditional Japanese technique here, origami. Japanese origami on the left side of the slide. It's really an amazing result that links intellectual tradition and contemporary architecture. So we have been really impressed by this designer, Mr. Toshimi Yanese. In fashion, well, designers are also willing to take a look at the strangest, most high-tech and dreamlike concepts. And this is why we want to highlight the work done by Mr. Hussein Chalayan. Who really invites us to enter his visionary fashion. Here, everything is made up of electronic sensors. The clothes transform and travel between fashion periods. It's a very innovative thing. Hussein Chalayan. What about the design translation now? Well, for colors, we will have, in this theme, we will have classic colors, but mixed with high-tech colors. These classic colors will take on artificial and electric hues in order to somehow inject graphic flashes in the aristocratic elegance of blacks. For materials, well, textile and materials in general will be projected into the three-dimension digital world. Here, weave structure will imitate texture and inspires new stripe rhythm. We are, again, here very much inspired by Japanese origami. This juxtaposition of several elements using the same foldings, which brings new volumes. The geometry becomes more complex. The geometry generates subtle opening systems and delicate packaging. Japanese origami is a great source of inspiration in this theme. The shapes too will and the materials in general will be again inspired by Japanese origami. The material itself will become structures. We will have tightened weaves that will show technical strength as well as structural perfection. And for graphics, well, the motifs will follow the structure line. The graphics will display refined geometry. Refined geometry inspired by traditional ICAT, but again with a very futuristic revamp. So we are done with this morning session. This afternoon we will see the summer 2009 trends, and before the summer 2009 trends, I will present you these the dominant styles, the dominant design styles for the interior industry. Do you have any question before the lunch break? No question? What time do we start this afternoon? 1:30, right? All right. So, well, I invite you to have a look on the books. If you have any question, please feel free to ask me, and see you this afternoon. And enjoy your lunch. Thank you. Lunch break. I did. Well, this afternoon we will carry on the trends for the interior industry for summer 2009. So same structure as in the morning session. We will start with the overall introduction to the trends through this impulses presentation, and then we will focus on the interior industry through the interior presentation. But before that, I'd like to present you this PowerPoint presentation with regards to the dominant styles in the interior industry. Again, I'd like to remind you how trends should be used. Trends are only here for one thing. Trends are here to help designers to renew their collection in order to match the market needs. And the most important things in the market are not the trends themselves, they are the styles. You have, before designing a collection, you have to identify your customers. What are your customers' needs? What are your customer expectations? And which lifestyles are predominant in new market. And when I'm talking about lifestyles, I'm talking about design styles. To one specific lifestyle, we can attach one or two dominant styles. In the market, not only in Europe, but in America and in Asia, we have identified 6 dominant styles. These styles are present everywhere. But sometimes a style can be dominant in a country, while the same styles might be minor in another country. That depends on cultural differences, that depend on lifestyles. But here I'm going to present you the key features of these 6 dominant styles for the interior industry. The first dominant style, the traditional style. Well, the people attached to this style are very keen on a few concepts like the reinsurance concept, like nostalgia or transmission or heritage. Their lifestyle, well, they have this kind of old-fashioned art de vivre, way of life. They want to, through their interior, through their furniture, through their home decorative item, they want to be able to save their cultural heritage and traditions. These customers are kind of past-oriented. It's a more or less aging population. These are what we call the traditional seniors, the baby boomers, people who were born in Europe and in America after the Second War. People who are nowadays between 50 up to 60, 65 years old. The products for the traditional style must be quality oriented. They must be able to tell a story. They must be transmittable from old to new generation. Hence, their life expectancy must be pretty long. The market share of this traditional style is really dominant. In average terms, in Europe, this traditional style represents between 20 up to 30% of the total market. And this traditional style is very strong in 2 countries in Europe, UK and France. But because the population attached to this style is an aging population, this market is declining. What about the trends influence over this traditional style? Well, the trends have a very limited influence, a minor influence. The trends are only used here for the traditional style on colors. We renew the colors, and the decoration, the ornaments, and the floral motifs. In one word, the trends do not bring a revolution. Second dominant style in Europe, and in the world, not only in Europe, the rustic style. The lifestyle attached to this dominant style is, well, people are very much countryside oriented in opposition to urban style. The first population attached to the traditional style was more urban. Here people are more countryside oriented, they are more simple, and they're looking for, or they crave for, authenticity. Authenticity is the key word to define this style. These people are very much nature oriented, and they are far less sophisticated than the first population. But it's the same generation. It's the baby boomers. The products, well, all products attached to this rustic style must enhance raw and authentic raw materials. Most of the products, especially the furniture, must have massive shapes, and designers work a lot on textures. In terms of market share, well, first of all, it's a growing market. Why is it a growing market? Because one of the major, maybe the most, probably the most growing important macro trend lifestyle in nowadays society is what we call the sustainable development movement, both ethical and environmental social development movement. Sociologists have already figured out this phenomenon in Europe and in America. In America, it represents 40% of the total population, and in Europe, it's between 50 and 55% of the total European population, which is more or less sustainable development oriented. So it's a huge market, and it's a growing market. In terms of market share, well, it's similar to the first style, to the traditional style. We're talking about 20 to 30%, but again, it's a growing market. All design, by the way, will be more or less inspired by the nature. It's between more modern rustic and genuine design style. What about the trends influence of this style? Well, like for the first style, the trends have limited influence. They are working here mainly on natural materials and textures of natural materials. Next dominant style, the contemporary style. Here, two words to define it: elegance and modernity, or urban and sophisticated. The lifestyle attached to this style is, well, people, the population is very much urban. We are not talking about countryside anymore, it's very much urban. These people are very keen on modernity. They have, most of the time, a good culture and design awareness. They want to remain young, and they are somehow casual. If I had to illustrate this population with its wardrobe, casual wear is the key word, and I could name two leading brands, Calvin Klein and Catherine Mamie. These are the leading fashion brands for this population, who is looking for sophisticated things, but in the meantime, very comfortable things. The generation attached to this third style, this contemporary style, is where the generation after baby boomer. People who are between 30 up to 50 years old, and these people most of the time have a very high purchasing power. The products for this contemporary style, they must be both casual and comfort oriented. They are modern, but not too much innovating. They have sober and pure lines with some design details which are more sophisticated. In terms of market share, well, it's a big market share too. It's around 30%, and it's a growing market too. What about the trends influence, where trends are very, very important for this style? It's a very trendy style, basically. So we can work on shapes, we can work on colors, we can work on association of materials, and most of the time in contrast, like wood and metal, or wood and plastic, but very good quality, high quality plastic. We can also work on volumes, we can work on colors, we can work on graphics. All the components of design can be influenced by trends in this style. Again, a very trendy style. Next dominant style in Western world, the exotic style. The population attached to this style, well, actually we have two. We have the young population, teenager and the generation after teenagers, so people who are between 20 up to 30 years old. And same population as the previous one, the generation after baby boomers, people who are between 30 up to 50 years old. Their lifestyle, well, two keywords to define their lifestyle. Urban. This population is very much urban oriented. They live in big cities most of the time, and they are keen on sharing or having or improving their travel experience. So the furniture and home decorative item sometimes will, most of the time actually, will tell a story, and this story will be based on travel experience. These products, all products in this style, in the exotic style, will be kind of original and authentic. They'll be either highly qualitative for the generation after baby boomers or very cheap for the young generation. It makes sense, the young generation doesn't have a high purchasing power. But for the second population, the young generation, this product will be based on folkloric trend. What does folkloric trend means? Folkloric trend means a blend between traditional, for instance, Asian design feature and Western codes. I'll give you an example. Batik. Everybody knows batik. Batik is a traditional graphic style. You can find it in Indonesia, but we have also some batik here in Thailand. Well, in this style, the batik, the traditional batik features will be renewed with European codes or Japanese floral motifs. We blur the codes. This is what we mean by folkloric trend. In terms of market share, the exotic style is, well, less important than the three previous styles. It's around 7% of the total market in Europe and in America, and it's a stable market. It's not growing, it's not declining, it's just stable. What about the importance of trends? Well, the trends are very, very important. As important as for the previous style, the contemporary style. Basically, you can work on any component of design, colors, association of materials, shapes, prints, whatever. The trends are very, very important in this style, and products are very much renewed by trends. Next dominant style in Europe, the young and modern style. Keywords to define this style. Well, the products must be cheap, but cheap and fun. Young generation wants to have fun thanks or through to its interior products. So cheap and fun, these are the two key features of this style. They must be, the products associated to this style must be also modern and easy to move. That's what we call nomad. Why? Because this young generation has to move from one place to another place. It's a nomad population. So all the products must be easy to move. That's the key features of this product. And most of them will be also more or less cheap, exotic oriented. This young population lives longer and longer with their parents in Europe and in America, up to 30 years old. Sometimes this young generation set up his home studio in the parents' house. So young generation wants really to highlight the rupture between their parents and themselves. So the products associated to this style have, and you have a very good example on this slide, are very, very colorful. The plastic is a key material for this style. The products, well, again, the product must be simple and easy to move. We are not talking too much about furniture in this style. Furniture are not very important. It's home decorative items which are the most important category of products in this style. And anyway, the customers for this style are willing to buy products that enable them to customize their interior, but with not too many expenses. It must be low-cost customization. They are, again, more keen on home decoration than furniture, and anyway, the furniture must be modular. They must be very functional. They must be clever. They must enable the customer to find clever solutions in order to customize and fold all his stuff in his own studio. The market share, well, it's stable and it's around 10%, so it's more important than the previous style, which was around 7%, the exotic style. And with regards to the trends influence, well, trends are very, very important. Maybe it's the best style for trends. You can play again on everything. Again, the key feature, playful and customization. The whole collection here will be very colorful with a lot of graphics, with a lot of association of cheap materials, very, very trendy style. And finally, the last style, the sixth dominant style in Europe, we call it the design style. Two keywords to define this style: innovation and exuberance. The population attached to this style is very much keen on buying innovative products, and they want to show off. They want to be exuberant. Here we're talking about the generation after baby boomer, people who are between 30 up to 40, 45 years old, and they have the highest purchasing power. Here, price does not matter at all. It's very rare that we can say that in business, but for this style, price does not matter at all. Design is the only thing which matters for these customers. The products, well, anything which is very innovative, anything which has somehow a signature. People, the customers attached to this style will be willing to buy the most expensive things signed by the most prestigious design brands. I don't know, like Jean Nouvel or Philippe Starck, or again, price does not matter at all. They are willing to find something that their neighbor will not have, and they are willing to pay the right price for it. The designer influence and the signature thing is something very important for this style. It's a very trendy style. Stable market share below 5%. But again, the trends here can be used for any component of design. But here, it's not for OEM nor for ODM, it's only for brands. You have to be you have to be in the market for quite some time and be well known and invest a lot in branding and communication before tackling this market. It's a very interesting market, but it's a very risky market. Do you have any question? Yes, please.
Yeah, so just a short one. You say, when you say percentages, 5%, you mean 5% of European population or
The market share.
Yeah.
The market share. When you look at the total turnover of the interior industry in Europe,
You talk-
this market represents 5% of the total turnover.
market share? Okay.
For both furniture, home decoration, I mean the whole interior market. So you have what? You have tableware, you have bed linen, you have home decorative item, and you have furniture. When you make the total of the turnover, this market represents 5%. Any more question? All right, so let's carry on with now summer 2009. Oops. And we will start summer 2009 with the Impulses presentation. So again, I'd like to remind you what Impulses is about. It's the general introduction to the season trends. It's all the little things we have seen in the market, the design things and artistic references that have somehow popped up our imagination with regards to the creation of this trend. And in the second part of this presentation, we will start decoding the trends. We will start working on the components of design, but without focusing on any specific sectors like the interior industry or the fashion industry. Here are the 5 themes for summer 2009. Affinity, opus, impact, alchemy, and transition. Affinity first. Well, one sentence to define this theme. We want in this theme to develop a complex-free relationship with the body. Opus. Opus is, well, we are working in this theme on the past design references and future references. How? Thanks to innovation, thanks to technology, but with a very sensual approach. Impact? Well, impact is very much based on the advertising word codes. We want, through this theme, to have direct impact in our life. It's a very colorful theme, full of energy. Very graphic theme too. Alchemy. In alchemy, the nature is back, but nature as a new luxury. So that's a new thing. Nature has been important for 2 or 3 years, really important for 2 or 3 years, but this season, nature becomes the new luxury. And finally, the last theme for summer 09, transition. Well, transition is based on these environmental changes, like global warming, or the interrelation between the nature and human beings, or how to protect the nature, or how to be, let's say, optimistic with regards to these environmental changes. Global warming is here. Okay, what do we do to make our life better? So let's start with the first theme, affinity. In affinity, we want to be really in true harmony with oneself, and one's environment. These are the driving concept of the theme. We are willing to develop in this theme an easygoing, a new simplicity. We allow ourselves to relax and just be with all our differences. We have really noted in the society the emergence of a new attitude towards the body. Indeed, many sociologists and writers are now denouncing the omnipresent pressure of appearance, of showing off. Nowadays, and that's new, that's something really new, the body, free of complex, is displayed with a truer sensuality. So the message here in this theme is to accept our differences, to focus, to emphasize our particularities in order to find the right balance between reality and ideals. A lot of artists and designers are working on this new trend. Like for instance, these free artists that treat difference and the no complex attitude with their authentic but we believe very beautiful images. Like for instance, this French photographer, this is on the left side of the slide, named Eric Nair, who takes pictures of everybody, anonymous people, with nothing, with no jewelry, clothes or makeup, in order to capture their personal specificity. In the same vein, we had these German photographers, Oliver Wolf and Michael Neugebauer, who have published last year Freckles. It's a tribute to redheads. Redheads' specific coloration, one might consider it as strange and sometimes even ugly, is magnified in these photographers' work in their black and white portraits. Or in the middle, we have this Brazilian photographer named Mona Kuhn, who does ultra simple nudes, but with very relaxed and natural attitudes. Her photos communicate a sense of what we call sensual well-being. Opulent design. Here in this theme, design and materials will adopt this generous attitude and will translate it through chubby, rounded curves and also shapely volumes. Fleshy protection. In this slide, we are willing to reinforce the idea of a physical, fleshy relation with objects by using, for instance, new plus quilting, a very soft layer of protection for sensual contact. What about the colors? Well, the key color of the season is orange. Well, we have spoken about in the previous season about coral or about feminine colors. This season, orange is the key color for Summer 9. Many kinds of tints of orange, many shades of orange, sometimes team up with spicy browns, for instance, but orange. Orange is the key color for Summer 9. What about the materials now? Well, for fabrics, We will use fabrics without complexes in order to create sensual aesthetic like microporous polyethylene, ultra-fine support twill weaves, or stretch polyamide for a more sensual approach, but also ultra-fluid bases, like for instance, we work a lot on the suppleness of washed silk and slinky micromodal jersey. The idea here is to work on a skin-on-skin that will inspire both fashion as well as interior or industrial design. Skin-on-skin. Next category of fabrics or material in general, we are willing here in this category to allow free range of motion to the body shape, using for instance slippery, flowing and puffy satin bases in order to give, well, a feeling of well-being that is both very modern, very contemporary, and in the meantime sensorial. Shine and UV filters. Here, tinted glasses and sun filter will inspire nude transparency, mainly for the interior, not too much for fashion, but mainly for interior industry. We will work on degrees of translucency. We will work on textured plastic that will be used for very new decor. Harem scream transparency. Here, the materials and fabrics will play with light, but in a very natural way. We will use a lot of decorated, beaded, embroidered fabrics. These fabrics will reflect light into geometric shapes, thanks to control open work like perforations or burnouts or cut thread. This is for what we call this mukarabieh or harem scream and shadow effect. Flower power. This is here to be developed for a high energy summer style in a kind of sophisticated vein with, for instance, burnt and diffuse flowers, or in a more naive and spontaneous way using, like on the bottom of the slide, these confetti dots on awning stripes here. In this theme, in affinity, we want to enhance the pleasure. We want to enhance the well-being. In one word, why deprive ourselves? We prefer to draw our lines, to run them off, to plump up the body, but above all, make pleasure more dense and consistent. These are the key words to define the mood of this theme: controlled looseness, morphology. We are working on this ergonomic concept, and this is going to be obvious in the next presentation, the interior presentation. We are willing to work on freer city styles and voluptuous curves. The second theme of the season, opus. Again, I'd like to remind you the concept of opus. It's this, opus is working on this relationship between the past and the future, or how to use old design references in order to find new solutions for the future thanks to innovation. But let's not forget that we want in this theme to have a very sensual approach to this future solution. It's really a collection of references to the past. We are willing to find new solutions for the future. We are willing to find a new modernity style with emotional contents. This theme seeks to reinvent the future by, taking substance from the past and our past old feelings. What about the sociological origin of this theme? Well, last season, this morning actually, for winter 08-09, we have already seen this futuristic current emerging. For summer 2009, this desire for innovation, for technology continues, but teams up with the need for sensuality, for sensitivity. We have made a survey last year and found out that 69% of Europeans and 74% of Americans think that a product must give emotional and sensory pleasure. And that this fact is a very strong motivation to purchase. In parallel, we have also found out that technological innovation in products is also very important for more than 60% of the same consumers. So, the result of these consumer trends suggests somehow that we combine these two desires, this desire for innovation and this desire for sensuality, in order to work on functional products that will procure new sensations, but also in order to reinvent rituals and symbols of the past for modern products with sensitive innovation. It's a opus is a very important theme for Summer 09. What about the artistic references? Well, this season we wanted to highlight some architecture work because architecture is now really translating this quest for both sensory and emotional pleasure. Like, for instance, this French architect is really a worldwide star nowadays, Jean Nouvel. This is on the right side of the slide. In his project for the Abu Dhabi new Louvre Museum. Jean Nouvel shows particular attention to his treatment of light. The result, which will be visible in year 2012, is, a space that favors strong emotions. In the same vein, on the left side, we have this contemporary art museum of Cagliari in Sardinia, in Italy, designed by Iraqi Zaha Hadid, that will be really a shock to our perceptions. Or even more surprising, on the bottom right corner here, we have this wedding chapel of Japanese architect Jun Aoko. This designer has created this chapel for the Regency Hotel in Osaka. And somehow this chapel completely updates wedding codes by using the symbol of intertwined rings, but in a very modern, so you have here a zoom of the wall design here, so he's working on the symbol of these intertwined rings, but in very modern, sometimes even futuristic fashion. What about the colors? Well, we are willing in this theme to work on half-tones colors, but sophisticated half-tones colors, and also with neutral colors, but somehow bright, luminous neutral colors, in order to create an intimate atmosphere. We will have also a second range of color for this theme, the metallic sheen colors, where here the colors will have somehow a kind of special treatment, or the surfaces will acquire delicate luminosity thanks to subtle metallic aspect. This is to treat in a very light and graphic manner. Magnified paleness. We also find in this theme the idea of subtle luminosity in the sector of beauty. Cosmetics have a very strong influence in this theme, where, for instance, new mutant, pearly and shimmering gel textures will illuminate complexions, but with brightness, with opaline brightness. Diaphanous sincerity. This is another interpretation of the use of white tints in decoration. Here, these white tints are more optical, but they're also more authentic and sensorial. They are somehow altered by traces of past lives, and they're also treated with sensitive finishes. For materials and fabrics, we'll be very much inspired by the architectural structures of metallic constructions, in order, for instance, to inspire new robust volumes for knits. We will have new frameworks that will combine the light and the monumental, the airy and the earthy, the fragile and the protective. In the same vein, architectural knits and lace. Here, knits and lace will adopt a more urban allure with plated structures. This is the alliance of rigor and lightness. Simulated fragility. This is to be developed in a more romantic workwear styles that takes its roots from our grandmother's sheet. We will have here, for instance, linen cotton blends, etamine weaves, greige linen. But all these fabrics or materials, because let's not forget that fabrics can be a great source of inspiration for other kind of materials. Again, as I tried to explain you this morning, the name of the game is, well, or the key thing to understand in trends is this interpretation ability. From a material you will find in a trend book, you can perfectly work on a different kind of material by using the same textures or based on the same concept. So even if sometimes we focus on fabrics and that you don't work at all on fabrics, this kind of information can also be useful for you, even if you only work on metal or wood material. It's a source of interpretation. It's a source of inspiration. So in this simulated fragility, we will work on linen cotton blends, on etamine weaves, on greige linen, but all these fabrics will be crinkled and the knits will be super fine. This is a wearing style that will mingle tradition and modernity. High-tech trousseau. This is really in the continuity of this idea of period fusion, where technology flirts with traditional symbols. Here, the most innovative materials will coexist with the most finely worked fabrics, and decorative marks will be applied to cutting-edge materials. This is the definition of high-tech trousseau current with a romantic approach. Digital signature. Here, the decoration and decorative items will be marked with family seals and arms, representative, for instance, of a history or genealogy. But the flowing script letters will be married with digital styles in order to be consistent with the overall concept, past references blend with innovation technology. Shower of pearls. Well, pearls are in design, are the eternal feminine symbol. Here we will work on a pearl necklace that will inspire, for instance, new dots with very elegant and graphic effects. For instance, the necklace will decorate the frame of mirrors or table setting for tableware in order to create a new decor, a luxurious decor, but with subtle and classical accent. For graphics, we will work on this notion of evanescent bouquet, where poetic harmonies will blossom over fabrics. The floral prints, but with a new spirit, like gigantic, like, voluminous shapes for graphics. We will work here on watercolor flowers onto fabric surfaces, and these watercolor flowers will reveal evanescent contours. And these are the key words to define opus: romantic workwear, airy volumes, audacious chic, and fusion style associating past and present with innovation in order to find new design solutions for the future. Next theme for Summer 09, impact. In impact, we are willing to highlight new behavioral developments in relations to both ethics and organic consumption. We are here mixing both design culture and spirit of recycling. We want to develop a graphic style, a colorful and graphic style. We want to have direct impact in our daily life, very much inspired by the world of advertising. The sociological origin of this trend. Well, the new expertise and ethical values of the public is nowadays generating really deep, dramatic change in consumer behavior. Basically, the individual consumer rules. We have seen that in the morning presentation. Thanks to the internet revolution, people are highly informed and sharing their opinion, comparing prices, rating products. So basically, analysts, sociologists are speaking of the transition from an industrial economy to an individual economy. In coming years, fair trade, real fair trade, not fake one, and sustainable developments will be paramount to brands' success. The challenge in the future will consist in integrating these factors while maintaining a high level of quality, a high level of efficiency and design. These new demands also require high impact dialogue carrying clear, straightforward messages with no empty promises. This is the essence of impact. Some artistic references. In light of this current, we have been particularly impressed by the work developed by Mr. Chris Johansson. Chris is an American artist coming from the punk movement. But with the same condition, later on, Chris moved onto a deeper, more abstract painting style, but with a very spontaneous and direct use of color. So for this theme, I'm going to show you now a movie, like the movies we have seen this morning, in order to explain you the mood of this theme. Impact is, again, willing to focus on spontaneity and colors in order to develop a very graphic style. these are the keywords to define the theme: spontaneity, everyday commitment, brilliant agitators, and for fashion, casual urban style. Now let's go to next theme, alchemy. In this theme, the key concept to understand is, well, natural becomes luxury. Why? Because nowadays, more and more people live in the cities, have a urban life, hence natural things becomes more and more rare, hence natural becomes luxury. It's based on our need to dream. It's based on our need to explore new virgin spaces. The sociological origin of this theme, well, we call it original lux. We have made a survey, but we are not the only one. United Nations is working a lot on this, and UN estimates that in 2030, 60% of the human population will live in cities. With this in mind, population will live. We really understand easily that more and more people will seek the emotion of untouched, of virgin nature. Contemporary art is really questioning the mutations of the environment. Like, for instance, on the right side of the slide, we have this ecotopia phenomenon. It's a collective exhibit organized last year in year 2007 at New York, at the International Center of Photography of New York. This collective exhibit, Ecotopia, offered the view of 30 new photographers working on this concept. Among them, Noriko Furunishi. Is very interesting because this photographer, this Japanese photographer, is working on very touching, almost abstract works in vertical formats and very subtle colors. Or, in the same vein, on the left side, we have this Icelandic photographer, Peter Thompson, who was born in 1973 and who works on the transformation of landscape by man. For this, he represents giant construction sites like here, where a hydroelectric plant is being built in his country, or how human can modify the nature. Ashi quartz. Quartz is like salt, is appearing as a new luxury ingredient. Quartz is used to enrich, for instance, dark color ranges in cosmetics. Metallic and rich, this material, quartz, reveal precious new, sooty and cold aspect. Cracked cotton. Here we want to put in the spotlight the textured cottons. They are made very interesting and trendy, with new veined, with cracked or carved effects. And they are also protected with varnish coatings or enriched silicone touches. salt mines? Well, from the old times, from prehistoric times to modernity, from Asia to the Western world, salt has always been a very precious material. Its crystalline purity and shine inspire grainy textures, for instance, and light, very light, delicate sheen. For decoration, we will work on this energy of materials or metals in their fluid state or rocks at boiling point. Here, the materials will take back their original telluric power. Mechanical pleating. We will work here on deep, precious tints, new, sophisticated plating and weaving with some kind of nocturnal glimmer. These new, sophisticated plating will be somehow design-wise, especially for decoration and furniture, will be reminiscent of reptiles in motion. In a more sketchy, in a more pure approach, the graphics can adopt rough geometric aspects. This is at the essence, at the basis of a tribal chic style. This is for both fashion and interior decoration or home textile. What about the colors for this theme? Well, we will work on mineral colors, and the most important color, celadon. Celadon will be used in order to illuminate shades of ash and titanium, for instance. But celadon is the key color for Summer 9 in this theme. We're gonna see now a movie in order to illustrate the mood of this theme of alchemy. We are willing in this movie to emphasize a mineral atmosphere, the underwater, the aquatic world, which will invite us to a very mysterious and sensual summer mood. And these are the keywords to define alchemy theme: sketchy chic, new vision of sexy, primitive sensual, and sculpted sheath shape. And finally, the last theme of the season for Summer 09, transition. Again, in this theme, we are willing to accept the environmental changes such as global warming. Without dramatization, we want to be optimistic. We want to accept these changes and find new design solutions that will match this new feature of our life. We are willing in this theme to face all these alarming news about the seriousness of environmental issues. But in the meantime, we are willing to welcome a breath of frivolity and imagination. A lot of sociologists are working on this concept, on this world climate changes and their influence over human beings. So we might as well prepare ways to adapt to it, rather than, perpetuating catastrophic discourse. Today we speak of green growth or econology. A lot of architects are working on this theme, or how to integrate the nature into the city. Here you have an example with this Seoul Commune 2026, or how to rethink towers in a natural garden, in natural park. Biomimetic inspiration. In this slide, we wanted to highlight the Home project. It was presented last year in 2007 in LA, in Los Angeles, at the Mack Center of Art and Architecture. And this project, this Home project, explored the interaction between nature and cutting-edge architecture. In this project, all this new technology like nanotechnology or science like climatology and even genetics have been combined together in order to create new interactive living habitats. Sean Lally, this American architect, has impressed a lot with his air mass and amplification. He has created a microclimate to which he confers notions of breathability or biodegradability, with inspiring play on both colors and transparency. Urban oasis. In this theme, we are willing to play on imagination. The other concept is the tropical jungle that invade the urban city or the urban milieu. Extreme microclimates. We accept these environmental changes, and under the influence of extreme temperatures, liquids become solid, and solids melt. We have here new, crazy climatic conditions that will confer new surface effects to materials with this idea of liquefaction and fresh sheen or frozen ice. What about the colors? Well, it's a mix of colors here between natural colors, but very unexpected natural colors, combined with dark tints and luminous, tangy shades, making this range of color impossible to know whether the colors are authentic or synthetic, natural or artificial. For fabrics, will be between this virtual and real world, or where natural elements will be mixed with plastics in order to create structured basket weaves and plated checks. Vibrant optical yarns. Here, we are willing to focus on strong contrast of yarns and thread counts for weaves and knits that will make for more vibrant dynamic lines. Here we will use, for instance, lurex yarns. Lurex yarn that can be slipped into rustic basket weaves, conferring them shots of brilliance. We will work also on nonchalant crepons or safari style. Here the safari style will somehow venture into the city. We will take elements of plants and animals in order to create wild braids inspired by jungle vegetation, inspired by vines, for instance. Another slide to illustrate this beauty safari, focusing more on animals, or how animals can invade the city wear. Alright, so then we will have this city vaine. I don't know whether you are familiar with this vaine word. Vaine well, it's the origin of the word is French, but we use it for the original woman from Tahiti or from Hawaii. You know, this half-nude woman with flowers, necklace, and so on. It's the symbol of exotism for the Western world. This island woman, this ambassador of the exotic style. And this Vaine woman will move into the city. And we will work a lot on sensual and in the same time fantastic aspects for airy mesh and knitting, but with ornate flowers. Tropical quilting. In the same vein, this urban jungle spirit will update exotic codes, but with both modernity and good humor. As illustrated, for instance, on these slides, where we have these tropical quilted bases. We will have also graphic top stitching, creating little vegetation scene on natural supports such as silk, linen, or cotton. For prints and graphics, we will work on fragmented flowers in order to create experimental flowers like digital geometrics that will mix with naive flowers. That's what we call, that's what we mean by floral kaleidoscope. For decoration, these graphics can also be mixed up, whether it's for table art, for bed linen, for textile or accessories. We are willing to work here on this notion of tropical abundance. And these are the key words to define transition: casual chic allure, studied simplicity, self-confident and fanciful, sexy or sensual attitude. So we have now worked on our mood boards. This is the impulses presentation. I think we can have a coffee break, and after the coffee break we will start working on designing our collection. We will start working on the interior design applications for Summer 09. Thank you. For interior industry, for obviously the same season, summer 2009 season. Of course, you're not surprised to see the same themes: opus, affinity, impact, alchemy, and transition. First of all, the opus trend. Here, for the interior industry, we will bring together innovation and emotion. The sensual approach in this opus theme is very important. So we will bring together innovation and emotion in order to create an interior with romanticism and design. This is what we call emotional design. Then we look at affinity. In affinity, we take into account the evolution of our body. We take into account individual physics in order to meet the new needs for both comfort and well-being. The third trend, impact, or how to proclaim echo messages in a very playful and highly colorful spirit. Fourth theme of the season, alchemy. Natural becomes luxury. It's a new key trend that we believe is set to last. Raw luxury, working with materials extracted from the nature, like minerals, like natural woods, authentic textile that retain their rough look, but with a touch of refinement. Natural becomes luxury. It's something very important. And finally, the last theme for summer 2009, transition, where our climate changes that lead us to a new aesthetic and a new interpretation of nature in a urban world. So let's start with the first theme of the season, opus. In this theme, we are between heritage, symbols, and innovation. Again, this theme sets out to encounter past and future. Romanticism is blended with technology and innovation. Opus is very much suitable to, you remember the first presentation this afternoon, the dominant style in Europe, the traditional or romantic style. Opus is a perfect theme in order to renew romantic or traditional style. But here we will work in contemporary materials and techniques. Emotional design. The emotional aspect is a very important purchasing criterion for more than 70% of people in the Western world. At the same time, consumers are very keen on products with added value in terms of technology. We have seen that in impulses. We wanted to highlight a few projects in the first slide. The first one, Kazuyatsu Kochi, this young Japanese designer whose work really stood out during the Forms of Transparency exhibition in 2006 in Tokyo. The company behind this designer, Mr. Kochi, the name of the company is Sakura Plastic. It's an acrylic resin firm that commissioned several designers in order to show the potential of this material, this acrylic resin material. And Kazuyatsu here worked on furniture shapes inspired by the Renaissance, this Italian movement. He achieved really fine workmanship on molded legs in transparent plastics that literally transport this classic Renaissance product into the future. Or on the right side of the slide, designers are also working on music instruments that emotionally affect us. Like, we wanted to show this piano created by Luigi Colani for Chimel. It takes on ergonomic and graceful looks, but in glossy materials. Emotional design, or how products can express feelings, can express emotions. These projects take on everyday objects. And these two projects have been developed by the famous Austrian brand Swarovski. First of all, on the left side of the slide, this project is called Innovations in, not innovation, but Innovations in Lighting. Swarovski wanted to represent all the delicacy of crystal cutting in LED lighting. In this project, light radiates like the reflection of a diamond, and the object resembles a precious stone. Or, on the right side, this project teamed up with Philips in order to create a range of headphone and USB memories card, called, the name of the project, Active Crystals. This equipment set with crystals is intended as real jewelry. And while all at once, these run-of-the-mill everyday objects takes on the value of a very precious object. Emotional design. Rituals. Well, in the same vein, designers and architects are working on projects full of symbols. We have seen on the right side the wedding chapel designed by this Jun Aoki designer for the Regency Hotel in Osaka. But on the left side, it's exactly in the same vein. This design has been developed by artist Christian Astugevel, and it has been made for Comme des Garçons, the famous fashion brand, on the theme of love, symbols. Again, rituals, but here in fashion. We have noticed really spectacular experiments on the wedding dress theme. With here, for instance, designed by Tao, again for the same fashion brand, Comme des Garçons. It's really a skillful origami paper folding that creates the wedding dress. Or in a more, this is on the right side, in a more exuberant, extravagant style, this wedding dress by Victor and Rolf with a rhinestone message of love. I love you. What about the materials? Well, we will work on sensory neutrals or white materials that are no longer synonymous with minimalism. They take on live-in, on greige, on sulky looks, in order to make them more emotional. High-tech heritage or high-tech trousseau spirit. We have seen this in the previous presentation. Here we are for interior industry. We are willing to focus on traditional skills such as needlework, for lighting, for tablecloth, net curtains. All these items are inspired by traditional motifs, but these are in fact worked in techniques, very modern advanced techniques such as laser cutting or embossing, for instance. Digital signature. Here we work on initials, on seals and signatures in order to mark the personalization of the object. Here, these signatures slip onto tableware, for instance, but these signatures are mixed with digital letters in order to play with this technology concept. So we will find also application for program symbols on electrical household appliance, for instance. Architectural folding. We are here very much inspired by architecture, by the achievements of architecture in order to create new home products. Here, the metal structures will be directly inspired by Eiffel's work in order to provide new ideas for objects that will be easy to fold, unfold, and store. Or, in the same vein, we will reinterpret the wrought iron, but with a three-dimensional spirit. In textile or in fashion, this notion of folding structure will lead to new ideas for working textured textile in 3D. To sum up this trend, well, three main themes to retain. High-tech romanticism. Here we will rework classic shapes, but in modern and innovative techniques. Second theme to remember, enhance everyday style. In this theme, we will apply this notion of high-tech romanticism to everyday, ordinary everyday objects like light switch, like plug, like handle, as well as electrical household appliance. The third direction, the sensory neutrals, will focus on slightly dirty, full white colors like greige or chalk, very light clay, dust. Second theme of the season, affinity. This theme for the interior industry is really an invitation to comfort and a new aesthetic style. Here, in this theme, both furniture and decoration will adopt round and full shapes. Design in this theme is at the service of individual well-being, and everything will be worked in skin hues. In praise of the body. This is really in reaction to controlled appearance. We crave nowadays for greater indulgence regarding our physique and personality. We are really going towards an acceptance of our body as they are, with their qualities and imperfection, as a mark of our uniqueness. And a lot of artists are working or are willing to highlight generous bodies and unique and authentic physical appearance. We have seen this redhead photography project. This is on the right side, and on the left side, we wanted to highlight this exhibition that was held at the NKA Gallery in Brussels, in Belgium, which presented several views of artists on the theme of the body and a new approach to seductiveness. Ergonomic fullness, both in design and in interior architecture. This notion of fullness is really increasingly being taken into account. For example, on the top left side here, we have this new cell phone named Conduit cell phone by Hunter, rounded with very sensuous curves. Or on the right bottom side, this lounge area designed by Thomas Alia for the Oscar Hotel in Madrid. Notion of fullness, roundness, fullness, ergonomic shapes. New textures. For Summer 09, for the interior industry, we want to focus on new quiltings. These new quiltings have voluminous textures with, again, total roundness. We are looking forward to softness, to comfort and suppleness. Supple and rigid. On this slide, we really want to stress the importance of research into suppleness and comfort for furniture. Like for instance, on the left side, you can see the supple seats by designer Tokuchin, who explores the elasticity and softness of chairs. Or, on the right side, the surface of cubes in Korean material that somehow yields according to the way we sit on the seat. These new materials and new creation have been seen in last Milan Furniture Fair in Italy. The colors, skin-like. The colors will imitate skin tones. We will focus mainly on orange. Orange is the key color for summer 09 for this theme, affinity, but not any kind of orange, not sporty orange, sensual orange. And we will team up this sensual orange with skin tones. Sensual accessories. Well, this is in order to stress the importance of the 5 senses in ready-to-wear, in fashion in general, in accessories, in electronics. The 5 senses are very important. Materials like leathers and plastic, for instance, will adopt fresh hues and some very smooth hands, like skin-like hands. Skin-like patterns. This slide is about prints and graphics. The motives of this theme of affinity will play at discretion. The graphic florals are really worked in tone-on-tone and in flesh colors, from the lightest to the darkest skin. The summary of the theme: complex, free, comfort. Here, both furniture and decoration are really at the service of physical well-being. The shapes and sizes of products will become very generous. Second thing to remember, the body curves. In this theme, we are no longer working on angular shapes. We are willing to work on roundness. Roundness inspired by the curves of the body. And the last thing to remember, well, the last key thing to remember, the furniture and decoration that will be worked in hues very much influenced by skin colors, teamed up with softened, feminine, sensual orange. Next theme, impact. Really, impact is a completely different word. We are willing to plunge into color. In the same time, we are willing in this theme to stress the importance of environment respect, or how to respect the environment. It is basically not because we talked about ecology that we necessarily design boring products. We don't need to adopt neutral words in natural use to speak about ecology. Here, in this theme, eco-friendly materials and products will be adorned with very clear colors in order to proclaim their benefits very loudly and clearly, with joy and high spirit. New eco messages. Basically, a lot of brands are trying to find new tools in order to communicate an eco-friendly message or fair trade approach. So here you have 2 examples. On the right side, you have the www.respectinside.org, who is the first website to provide information on the traceability of manufactured consumer goods or industrial products. Basically, you simply, when you browse the website, you simply have to enter the DNA code found on the product label in order to, get all the information you want with regards to the origin of the product. Or And that's another interesting approach. On the left side, Imprime Vert, which groups together the different trades in the printing industry. And this Imprime Vert thing is based on 3 criteria. First of all, approved disposal of dangerous waste. Secondly, storage of dangerous liquids safely. And third of all, giving up products labeled as toxic in favor of the use of less dangerous products. So these are new eco messages. Clean materials. In this theme, we are willing to favor recyclable materials or materials with natural origin. Without forgetting, of course, that again, ecology does not mean boring design. So in order to pop up, to have fun with this product, we will play with colors. We will play with a wide palette of very bright colors in order to get away from or to get rid of this boring aspect of recyclable materials. Eco-propaganda. We are willing in this theme to play with these messages, these eco-propaganda messages, by working them in a more fun way. Sometimes almost retro style, in order to tackle them from a very different viewpoint. Militant, the color. In this impact story, bright and clear colors are mixed together. Color is the key design component in this theme. Or liquid hues. Here we suggest new ways of using these bright colors. They can be somehow more subtle when blended together, like a liquid effect. Luminous bright. Bright colors here are turned into light. We suggest working bright colors in subtle gradated colors in order to create shot effects, like this chair on the right side. You can see a full range of colors from very light mauve pinky tones up to dark blues in gradated tones. Finally, functional colors. Here, the color becomes more than one single component of design. Color becomes a geometric motif, but colors also guide us in new folding systems. You just have to, on this slide, to follow the color for folding instructions. So it's a very interesting new idea of how to use colors for packaging, for instance, and household linen. Keywords to define this theme: evident and functional, eco-propaganda, and militant color. Colors are really the most important thing in this theme. Next theme, alchemy. In this theme, we are above all looking for authenticity, for genuine materials, and we want to work them in a raw luxury theme. extracts of nature. Several sectors like cosmetics or ready-to-wear or jewelry are in search of the unique precious stone. They are seeking to create products that seem exceptional as they are directly derived from natural elements. Like for instance on the right side, this cosmetic brand Bare Minerals, which offer products that resemble directly crushed materials and minerals. You can create your own color by mixing these different hues. One of a kind. We have been this season particularly impressed by the work done by this Chinese designer, Mackay. Her approach is based on the notion of the one-of-a-kind piece. Each garment designed by this designer, Mackay, has a lived-in edge and carries traces of its past. The idea is very simple. The idea is that she creates a piece, then buries it into the earth for a certain length of time. Then she digs up the piece, which has basically undergone the vagaries of time and the earth. So it's a very unique approach, and the output is quite amazing. Ashy sparkle, the colors. Well, in alchemy we will focus on ashy colors. But these colors will be somehow covered in dust. The most important color, well, is taupish here. And taupish color will be combined with intense darks. Luxury for oneself. Here we are willing to combine mineral materials with raw surfaces and materials with subtle glints. Basically, we suggest here double face treatments with a rough face and a very refined back. Rough face, refined back. Luxury for oneself. It's a different way to express luxury. We are not willing to show off here. You have to find out the details which are luxury oriented. Like for instance in tableware. We will work this luxury concept through inlaid gems and rhinestones. But these inlaid gems and rhinestones will be concealed in places and not necessarily noticed at first glance. What is hidden is also sometimes refined and luxury. Or the inside on the right side of the slide, the inside of the teapot handle. No more glitzy shine is displayed all over the surface of the product. Altered beauty. Here we are willing to interpret these cracked effects for tableware motifs, or in textiles, in home textile, where this gives lace crazed effects. This is another application for tableware, again working on this cracked effect. And finally, the summary for this theme. First of all, raw luxury. It's again something very new in the market, but we believe that it's set to last. It's going to become a key trend in the next future. It's basically a new approach to refinement. The products are worked in raw looks without ornaments, but materials are of very high quality as they were semi-precious, raw luxury. Second thing, second key feature of this theme, extracts of nature. Here we essentially work with materials stemming from elements of nature like granite, like minerals, of course, like raw leather and wood, right up to semi-precious stones. And the last but not least, ashy sparkle, the colors. Ashy colors are predominant in this theme. The colors will be either taupish or a little bit darker, but always in ashy tones, like almost like covered by dust. And well, the last theme for Summer 09, transition. Again, transition is based on climate changes and the fact that climate changes nowadays are inevitable. But instead of having a pessimistic approach, we are willing to be optimistic in this theme. We are willing to have fun. We believe it's time for action and optimism rather than worry. This theme is a new interpretation of nature, as if the nature was transformed by these climate changes. Here we are willing to imagine a urban environment mixed with a tropical jungle world. We are willing to work here in a completely dreamlike spirit with, for instance, and this slide is perfect to express this, with extravagant plants and animals, at times bordering on a new kitsch, like this bird with these very nice shoes. Urban oasis. On your left, you can see the Transplastic series designed by the Campana brothers. This work is a very nice metaphor for nature mixed with the man-made. Indeed, these furniture pieces are plastic seats which are covered and almost buried in natural fibers, or how the nature reassets itself. On the right, you can see part of the project for the future Vincennes Zoo in Paris. This project has been created by landscaper TN Plus and architecture firm Beckman and Pay. And they have designed the whole thing, the whole project, in a very opposite view to zoo stereotypes. Here, the artificial seems finally to be designed in aid of nature. These architects have designed 6 ecosystems. Basically, man is immersed in animal territory and goes from plant greenhouses to rocks with an acoustic soundtrack characteristic of each biosphere. Here in this project, we don't know where are the borders anymore between man and animal. Climatic protection, or protection from the climate. In architecture, on the left bottom side here, you have this new Hugo Boss site based in Switzerland, and that has been designed by Matteo Thun. Its structure, resembling a wooden trellis, is not only very aesthetic, it also provides protection for the building from the bad weather that can be very important, that can be prevalent in Switzerland, yet allowing natural light through. Or Clarins, here the cosmetic brand, which has created a double protective formula, biological and physics, that protect the face from every kind of modern pollution. Focus on material innovation. This glass is a very innovative thing in the market. It has been created by Saint-Gobain, the famous glass company in France. It's a self-cleaning glass named BioClean. This technology used the dual action of both sun and rain in order to facilitate the upkeep of windows. The sun's UV rays break down organic dirt on the surface of the window, then later on water, rain, removes it. This glass is very interesting with regards to transition theme, because this glass means that detergents need not to be used anymore. So it's a way to protect the nature. Aquatic greenhouse, or how water glides into the interior. We have here new materials like resin, perspex, wall paint that adopt wet or beaded looks. On the left bottom side here, the vases are turned into aquariums where plants and animals coexist. Plant extravaganza. We are willing to focus in here on trapunto. The traditional trapunto will adopt the shapes of tropical leaves and flowers. The quilting will be worked in a very voluminous way. Again, plant extravaganza, but here we focus on graphics. The graphics of tropical vegetation will be worked in maxi motifs, again placed on trapunto. This is also to be featured on beach accessories. For the colors, well, we will use unusual natural colors. We will mix floral and chlorophyll hues. But these colors will become slightly phosphorescent. And they will be worked also with asphalt gray, like here. Floral kaleidoscope. In this theme, the florals, the flowers, become hypnotic. They are viewed through a kaleidoscope. They are worked in all over and also in maxi motifs. Again, same theme, same direction, but worked in coordinating sets that has to be created, for instance, for tableware or for small accessories like here on the bottom side, a nest of toilet bags. Kitsch garden. We are willing here to make way for animal skin motifs like zebras, like leopards and snakes, but these animal skin motifs will adopt a glossy pop color. Same direction, again kitsch garden, but here it's for decoration. The animals will be worked in figurines in a very realistic and in the meantime naive fashion. Why? Well, in order to create this new kitsch decoration style. And in order to summarize transition, 3 key features. First of all, urban exotism. It's, well, a really new way of treating exotic style by reinterpreting this exotic style in a more artificial, imaginary way. Second key feature of the trend, dreamlike and artificial nature. Distorted by climate changes, the nature becomes very colorful, almost artificial, and teamed with ultra-colored floral motifs. It's a new view of kitsch. Last key feature of transition, unusual naturals, the colors. We will team up highly colorful plant colors between real and virtual world. And well, we are done for this session. Do you have any question?
Anybody has questions? Please welcome to ask Mr. David here. No questions. มีคำถามไหมคะเขียนใส่กระดาษมาก็ได้นะคะถ้าเกิดว่าอยากจะถามอะไรหรือยกมือ
I have one question.
Okay.
Well, if I'm not asked question, I'm going to ask you a question then. Fair enough. I'd like to know, well, you are roughly 80 people, 85 people in this room. I'd like to know who are professional designers and who are students. Can you, the design students, can you please raise your hand? Only two? Only 2 people? So the rest of you guys are professionals? That's good. You are more designers or manufacturers? Who are manufacturers? Only 2? So the rest of you guys are what? Are designers, or are you all designers here? Are you? Can the professional designer, can you please raise your hand? Okay, so I have 50%. What about the rest? What are you doing? You're on vacation here and... Okay. Well, That's good, you know, that most of you are professionals, because it means that you are now understanding why trends and design are important for your future. That's a very, very good thing. I'm running seminars like this one every month, 2-3 times a month in Indonesia, in Philippines, in Singapore, everywhere in Southeast Asia. Most of the time, the majority of the attendants are students, because in these countries, professionals, manufacturers and professionals in general have not understood yet why trends and design are so important for their future. Apparently, in Thailand, it's not the case, which is very good news. Any question?
We have some questions here.
Otherwise, I'm going to carry on asking you questions.
These tools in English, so I think you can...
All right. In Europe, which style of furniture products is easier or better to start for designer or manufacturers in the next 2 to 3 years? Well, you have understood that we are talking about 6 dominant styles. So I guess the question is, among these 6 dominant styles, what is the best style? There is no best style. It really depends on your own identity. If you want to be a designer, if you want to find an edge, you have to do 3 things. Only 3 things, but they are not easy things to do. First of all, you have to, and again, I want to stress out the importance of the market. You design a product in order to sell it. So you have to identify your dreamed market in terms of lifestyle and in terms of style. Style, you have 6 styles. Who are your customers? First. Secondly, when you start your activity, you have to identify your own style identity, your own design identity. Design is about feelings. Design is about emotions. So it's very important. You're not going to do something you don't like. That will be such a waste of time, such a waste of energy. Life is too short. We want to have fun. I want to have fun. You want to have fun. Everybody wants to have fun. So please, when you are a designer, you have to understand your own feelings. You have to wonder what you like. Once you have the answers to these 2 questions, then you have to work with trends. Why? Because trends are something compulsory nowadays. This is what the market demands. The market demands new things all the time. But if you want to develop a successful collection, design-wise, you have to cross these 3 approaches: the market, your style, the trends, and blend these together in order to create your own collection, a unique collection, something that, I have nothing against Chinese people, but something that China will not be able to do. What is the easier style? There is no easier style. And easy does not mean good. Again, in creation, in design, we are used to saying that creating is about sweating. Sometimes an obvious thing in terms of design is not the best thing. Sometimes you will see in our trend books trends which are not easy to manage or not easy to interpret. Maybe it's going to take you more time to interpret these trends. most of the time, out of 5 themes, we have 1 or 2 themes which are a little bit more conceptual, a little bit more sophisticated, and then it will take you more time, more effort to interpret these trends. But it doesn't mean that these trends are not good. It just means that you will have to sweat. And this is how you will find an edge. If you do only easy things, then at the end of the day, it's going to be difficult to find a competitive advantage. You have to be ready to sweat. So easy things doesn't mean necessarily good things. Difficult things doesn't mean that they are good, neither. It's really up to you. It's up to your feelings. Design is about feeling. That's my answer to this question. I don't know whether I answer the question. So the person who asked the question, can you tell me whether you are satisfied with the answer? Yes? All right. Thank you. The second question. Do you think that trend setting play less important role in that market where we do not have season, or in Thai market where we do not have seasons? After quite a long living in Thailand, what do you think can help Thai designers or manufacturers to understand better about European or American markets? All right. And second question, how would we deal with consistency? All right, first question then, the season question. Wrong. Wrong question. You haven't listened to me. In the first presentation, in the very first presentation, I stress out the importance of the seasonal approach. It's not the trend spotting agencies which have invented this approach. It's the market. People want to see new things all the time. Of course, this winter season does not come from Asia. It comes from Europe and America. Over there, indeed, we have a cold season. But here, in Asia, we don't have cold season, but the winter season does not mean cold season. Again, if you only sell or develop a collection for domestic market, maybe the summer collection is going to be your core key collection. Fair enough. But do not forget something. Do not forget that your customers, the end user, Thai people who will buy your product, are very much aware of what's going on in the rest of the world. Thai people are becoming more and more fashion oriented. For me, as a stranger who's been living in Thailand for 8 years, I've noticed a dramatic change. It started with women. It's always the case. Women are the driving force in fashion industry. Women in Thailand nowadays are very, very fashion oriented. At least in Bangkok. Maybe not in Isan country. I agree with you. But in Bangkok, or maybe in Chiang Mai, or Phuket, or a few places like this, women are fashion oriented. You get access to a lot of information through internet, through magazines, so your customers are aware about what's going on. They see, maybe they have a dreamed brand, like, I don't know, Chanel or Dior or Balenciaga or whoever. But they cannot afford to buy this, or they can or they cannot, whatever. It's not a matter of price. But they want their favorite local brand to do the same, to be as creative and innovative as these famous, these famous overseas brands, these European and American brands. So you cannot afford to disappoint your customers. You have to work on seasons. You have to work on winter collection. Of course, if you don't export. If you just sell to Thailand or to Southeast Asia, of course, for your winter collection, you're not gonna use the warm fabrics we use in Europe or in America. Of course not. But still, you can give a winter look to your collection with the prints, with the colors, with, why not, some shapes. Colors and prints are the easiest things to change in order to give a winter look to a summer collection. You have everything you need in the trend books for that. Winter does not mean cold season. You can see here in Thailand, you can go anywhere to Emporium, to Central, to wherever, to all the retail fashion stores. You can see that people, the leading brands in Thailand, are working on 2 seasons a year. The most advanced brands, there are a few, are working on 4 collections a year. Spring, summer, fall, winter in Thailand. You can see it everywhere. It's public information. So, really, I don't want to hear anymore that there is no winter season in Thailand. There is a winter season, fashion-wise, in Thailand. Climate-wise, no, there is no winter season. Although it was quite chilly in December this year, right? But fashion-wise, yes, there is a winter season, and it's a very important season. How can we deal with consistency? How can we deal with consistency? Buy a trend book. You have everything you need for really. We organize our work in themes. One theme, in one theme, you have the colors, the fabrics, the shapes, the accessory, the prints, the texture. You have everything you need in one theme. We are consistent among the 5 design components, and above all with the trend, the lifestyle, the overall concept. We have spent a lot of time with the best professional in the world to work on this theme, to be consistent and to give you, to supply you with this consistency. You just have to follow the trends. You just have to use the trend books. Again, the name of the game is identify your market. Pick up the right trend for the right market. And then stick to it. Don't pick up the colors of theme A, the fabrics of theme B, and the prints of theme C. Otherwise, you don't need a trend book, and it's a waste of money. Stick to the trends you have selected. Have I understood? I think I've replied to the question, right? No? The person who asked this question is satisfied? Yes? I don't know. Tell me, maybe I misunderstood the question, but what do you think can help Thai designer management to understand? Oh, and there's another question. What do you think can help Thai designers or manufacturers to understand better about European or American market? Good question. Well, you have to be a good designer. The key quality of a good designer is open-mindedness. To be a good designer, you need a design culture. You need a design exposure. You need to travel. You need to experience different things. You cannot become a designer overnight. It's impossible. You cannot become a designer after 3 years in a design school. The design school is here to help you to start acting as a designer, but you are not a designer yet. It's like when you are given your driving license. You are not a driver yet. Only experience can teach you the risk of, and maybe after 2 or 3 years, you become a good driver. It's exactly the same for design. You need experience. You need to risk things. You need to make mistake. You need to fail. Failure is part of the design process. If you never experience failure, you are not a designer. I don't know any good designer when they are honest with themselves and honest with myself who can pretend that he or she never failed. Failure is part of the design process. It's exactly like in business. If you're a good businessman, you learn from your mistakes. And you don't do it twice. Otherwise, you're an idiot. But you need to fail to understand and to learn. And really, failure is very important in the design process. How can you learn from European and American market? Well, to be honest with you, most of European people do not have a clue about the European market. European market does not exist. American market does not exist. It's nonsense. You're talking about in Europe, you're talking about 450 million of people. In America, you're talking about, I don't know how many there are, 260, 70, whatever. You're talking about huge areas. The climate is different. You have maybe in Europe 3 or 4 different weather climates. Lifestyles are different, whether you live in Scandinavia or in Spain. Sometimes in one single country, and the perfect example is France. In France, you have southern and northern France. I can tell you that everything is different, except the language. But the accent is very different. Sometimes, for me, I came from the south part of France. It's quite difficult to understand northern accent. But okay, we can manage this. But the food is different. The home is different. The lifestyle is different. Everything is different, except that indeed, as the French nation, we have common features, common values. But sometimes the way to manage these values, to handle these values, are very different, whether you are from North or Southern France. It's the same in Germany. It's exactly the same in Germany. In Europe, you have 4 or 5 different markets. In USA, it's the same. Again, USA, you have 3 major fashion places: Miami, LA, New York. The people over there are very different from the people from Ohio or Texas or wherever. I have nothing against Ohio, don't get me wrong, but it's a fact. It's a fact. Look, we have the elections, the undergoing elections in America right now. Look, every week we have a different result, because a candidate is better for the countryside population, another one is better for the urban population. It's nonsense to speak about American market. It's nonsense to speak European market. Where are they located? Yes. Tell me where your customers are located, then maybe I can tell you, all right, the lifestyle is like this, so maybe the dominant style over there is the traditional style or the exotic style or whatever. But Europe market, American market, and Asian market, the same, does not exist. In Asia, we have 4 territories. We have India, we have China, we have Japan and Korea, and we have Southeast Asia. Japanese people are Asian people like Thai people, but of course they share common cultures. But there are a lot of differences too between the Thai culture and the Japanese culture. Asian market does not exist. Well, I think I haven't answered the question.
I think I have a last question here. Oh yes, go ahead please.
I have also a question. You said about the terms that it's better to stick to one, and I definitely agree with this.
Well, you have these big companies are also working with us. I mean, with us, like I say, not only my company, the trend spotting agencies, the top 5 in the world. But they do not purchase from us, for instance, the translated books. They are not interested by that. They are only interested in one thing, lifestyle. So, as I showed in the first presentation, we have upward books, transversal books, dealing only with lifestyle. They just purchase this. And then they have the full ability to translate this in terms of products. But, of course, the thing is, nowadays you have 4, 5 major trends. We call this macro trends, like sustainable development. This is a big thing, like well-being, the acceptance of our differences. This is another big thing. Indeed, everybody will surf on these trends. Everybody. This is the market. Why? Well, my explanation is that unfortunately, designers in these big brands are not given enough freedom anymore. The design is too much driven by the market, by financial aspects of the market, and less by the pure fashion spirit. And from time to time, you see a new company popping up, small one, and within 2 or 3 years, bang, it becomes one of the leading, and then the others. You have always pioneers and followers. The market is made by 95% of followers, 5% of pioneers. Out of these 5% of pioneers, 95% fail, 5% succeed. But it's a big success. When they succeed, it's, wow, big, but like big, you know. That's my explanation. We are working very closely to many big fashion brands, and along the years, you establish some kind of personal relationship with designers because we spend a lot of time together. We become friends. And we are not only working. Sometimes we go out together, So we speak together, and that's the feedback I've got from the designers. Say, I want to set up my own company. I'm fed up with because my boss doesn't say anything about design. He's a financial guy, and so they get frustrated.
Everybody wants to sell as much as...
Yeah, of course.
Okay, I have a last question here. Actually, it's written in Thai, so I'll just translate. Say, if you don't have a communication ways through pictures of a natural, like the one you show us, the plants, animals, or any graphic things, and what would be the communicative device to portray the design or make it as an inspirational for the designers? It's a very difficult question.
I did not understand the question, sorry.
If you don't have the natural things or animals or any kind of graphics, what would be the device or inspirational that the designer can use?
Trends-wise or?
Excuse me. อันนี้คำถามของเนี่ยค่ะไม่แน่ใจว่าแปลถูกไหมอะค่ะอยากทราบว่าถ้าขาดสื่อที่มาจากธรรมชาติสัตว์หรือกราฟิกจะมีอะไรที่สามารถสื่อออกมาได้อันนี้ถูกใช่ไหมคะคำถาม I'm not sure the person who asks is here something like that so without graphic without animals prints without natural prints what would be the communicative device to use or what can be used as an inspiration?
I'm still not clear about the question. Is it
where would they get the inspiration from if you don't have these things? No.
If you, I mean,
'Cause I'm
you can get the inspiration from what we do in our trend books or in our conferences or whatever is what a bunch of 30 or 40 people are doing for these big fashion companies. All these guys have people who spend their time traveling and trying to identify the new things in the market, going to fairs, going to... So what we do is we save you time, basically, and we save money for you. And we try to do it in a very professional way, of course, because this is our expertise. But some designers do not need our products, since they have this ability to, when they visit fairs, when they go to new places, they have this ability to understand the above concept, the above emerging lifestyle, and then they create their product according to their understanding and feelings. These are genuine designers. I don't know many of them, really, very few. When there is a problem of language and understanding here. In our business, you have 3 categories of people. You have product development people. Who are they? They are people who are given design by established brands and who have to modify this design in order to make it suitable to a specific country or market. Product development people. In Thailand, 80% of the so-called designers are product development people. The second category, a little bit more advanced in terms of creativity, the stylist. What is a stylist? What is this animal? Well, a stylist is somebody who is able to interpret, to work with a trend book and to create something unique. To make a long story short, from the trend book, crossing the trends approach with the design identity of the company or him or herself if she is or he is freelance. Stylist. In Thailand, you have, maybe out of all these so-called designers, you have maybe 15% of stylists. And then, designer. Designer is somebody who does not create from scratch, because nobody creates from scratch. You need to be a designer, you need to be inspired, you need various sources of information. A designer, again, is an open-minded person who has this ability to understand what's going on in his or her society and translate him in terms of design by him or herself. That's the definition for me of designer. Very few people are designer. Even in Europe, very few people are designer, are creative enough to understand the market and create something with an empiric approach. That's something very difficult to achieve. In Thailand, only 5% of these so-called designers are real designers. How do you make it? It demands a lot of time, it demands a lot of experience, it demands a lot of qualities. It's something very difficult to achieve. And very risky too, because if you think that you understand the market and if you make a mistake, then you fail. and you lose everything. The safest way is to use these kind of things that are what? Market guideline. That's what we do. We give you market guidelines. And follow this and create something unique based on your own experience. That's my personal advice. If you're a real designer, you go ahead. You don't need Carlin. You don't need my competitor. You can do it by yourself. But it's very risky.
Okay. One last question from the back.
This is a specific and short question. Would you please advise us? Okay. Which color is the trend for this year? Just short.
Very good question. I'm curious too. Just pick one color.
Yeah. I mean, in terms of fashion industry, if you please advise.
The thing is, I cannot answer this question. Why? Because trends-wise, this question is meaningless. You have seen how we work. I try to show you anyway how we work. We work on themes. Each theme is suitable to one specific market, one specific style. Tell me your style, I will give you one color. That's what we do in our trend books. Look at the structure of the trend books. You open the color book. You have the 5 themes. At the beginning of each theme, okay, fair enough, we don't give you one color, we give you 3 colors. And then, inside the theme, we develop our stories and we give you more colors. But at the very beginning of each theme, you have 3 colors. 3 colors. It's not one color, it's 3. Why? Because a color by itself, yes, it is important, but it's more important to work in terms of harmony of colors rather than one single color. I could tell you orange. But can you imagine a woman who only wears from the hair to the shoes orange? Wow, that's, kind of surprising. No, it's orange team up with spicy browns, team up with skin tones. Maybe the dominant color is orange, but only orange, well, it's a little bit difficult. So that's why we give you 3 colors instead of 1. And then we develop additional colors in order to help you to develop your own harmonies, depending on your own style, depending on your own design identity. Otherwise, I mean, if we only gave 3 colors, then given that we have more than 6,000 customers worldwide, if the 6,000 customers are only working with these 3 colors, my goodness, it's gonna be, So no, we want to widen the choices. We want to. It's up to our customers to pick up what they feel is the most interesting, what they feel is, and then develop their own collection. But I understand your question, and my answer is not one color, 3 colors. Go and see the color book, and you will have the key colors for next season. Actually, it's 3 colors multiplied by 5, since we have 5 themes. You have to pay attention to the concepts, the lifestyles, which are the foundations of the trends. In our books, we explain you the key features of these lifestyles, which last for 3 to 5 years. Like well-being, like nature and the environment, the sustainable development. These are key things. Nature as new luxury. This is also a key thing. nature and technology, you have 4 or 5 things like this which are very important in the market. And then based on these 4 or 5 key things, if it's the nature, I mean, the 2 dominant colors, whatever the season, whatever the trends, it's green and blue. The nature is what? It's the plants and the water. If your style and your market is nature-oriented, you, I believe, take a very safe approach if you work on green or blue. Teaming up these 2 colors with other colors, obviously, depending on the seasons, depending on the trends. If your market is not nature-oriented, then it's going to be other colors. The feminine colors. In design, we have permanent colors, like in lingerie, which is ladies' underwear, which is for fashion, which is the symbol of femininity. We have 2 categories of colors. We have colors that change depending on the seasons, depending on the trends, and we have colors that remain unchanged, whatever the season, whatever the trends. These colors are called permanent colors. What are they? White, black, and red. 50% of a lingerie collection is always made in white, black, and red. Only the 50 remaining percent are surfing on the trans colors. You have permanent colors. It really depends on your market. It really depends on your sector of activity. Feminine colors are feminine colors, skin colors, powdery colors are very feminine. Whatever the tones may change, the association of colors might change, but feminine colors are feminine colors. This mauve, this pinkish, these skin colors are very feminine. Whatever the season, they remain the same. Just the tones and the association change.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So finally, on behalf of TCDC, I'd like to thank David for spending a day with us and explaining what the trend is and how can we use the book over here. If any of you have some more time, please feel free to explore. I would like to thank Mr. David again for, this is the second time that you been very generous to come here and give a lecture. And most of all, I would like to thank all the TCDC members here, all the guests, and everyone. Thank you very much and have a good evening. ขอบคุณค่ะ